Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another week of 3 Point Weekly. And after a lot of tired and very much dead nights throughout this offseason, we got a lot to talk about this week. Chaos finally ensued. Dame has finally been traded. Jrue Holiday has been traded. We got a lot to talk about this week, on top of the fact that we are going to still be doing our Eastern Conference standing predictions. So be sure to stay tuned. We got a lot to talk about. We've got a lot to get through, and we want to hear all of your thoughts throughout it. So be sure to let us know what you think in chat throughout. Be sure to hit that like button below and subscribe as you do tune in throughout the pod. But first, we got to start with the biggest news of the week. It's got to be talked about. He's finally been traded after years and years and years of pushing for him to be traded as a whole. And here on 3 Point Weekly, he's finally traded. Gabe, give us your initial thoughts. Damian Lillard's a Milwaukee Buck.
I love it. And not only do I love it for Milwaukee, not only do I love it for Damian Lillard, but I also love it for Portland. I think this is one of those few instances where I really saw a win-win trade. And I think it became even more of a win-win when you look at the full context, but I'll get into that in a minute. Just looking at this on the surface level, the Bucks instantly, I think, become the favorite for the title. I think easily the favorite in the East. Now, them and the Celtics will be a conversation still, but I do think I'd pick the Bucks over them right now. And then you can talk about the Nuggets out west, but they're definitely in that upper echelon and a top tier contender, even more so than they probably already were before they even made this deal. I think with what they gave up, the pieces they really had to get off of weren't too bad. I think when you look at it, it's like, yeah, there was a couple guys there, but all in all, like, I'm not missing the players that they got rid of in this deal, especially for a return of Damian Lillard. You can't say that they didn't get better. And when it comes to picks and all that, this is a team that's trying to contend. Giannis is like 27 or so. Like, he's going to be around for a while. So having picks and building that way, like them getting rid of that, perfectly fine. Also, the way that Giannis was putting pressure on the Milwaukee Bucks front office to surround him with a competitive supporting cast, to get him another star, to extend that championship window, they went out and did that, and they secured not only Damian Lillard, but they now secured Giannis's future there for the foreseeable future now, because the way they were looking before, Jrue Holiday looked to be declining a bit. We know Brook Lopez isn't young. Middleton had the injury issues, and we don't know what his future is. But you know now, no matter what happens, you have two genuine superstars, arguably top 10 players in the league, depending on how you feel about Lillard. And that's a strong sign for that team moving forward. Lillard might be over 30, but he's still a very good player. I think was a consensus among us top 3-point guard in the league last year. And so to pair that guy with Giannis, that's going to be a scary combo. Then on the other side, looking at what Portland got back, there's a lot to unpack here. Because this was a 3-teamer, bringing in DeAndre Ayton, I think he could be big for them. Now, I was definitely higher on him than you guys were, but we know there was this like kind of lack of gelling and the issues with coaching and motivational or whatever when he was in Phoenix. But he got out of there. We see him in the Portland facility. He looks so happy, excited to be there. And we know how much of a talent DeAndre Ayton is. A center who can play in the post, a center with a good mid-range game, solid defensively, pretty much just one of the more dynamic centers in the league, to be honest. And for him to really get this chance to shine now in a situation where a lot of the guys are developing, so there's not really a clear-cut order of operations of who's going to get the touches, he can really show out this season. Beyond that, looking at other things, they got a ton of picks, and then they get Jrue Holiday. And what do they turn Jrue Holiday into? They turn that into Robert Williams, who, if Ayton doesn't work out, is another really solid top 10 level big in the league. Great defender, defensive player of the year caliber center when healthy. Pairing that guy, who's only about 25, with this young core they have, he can also be the center of the future. So now you have two options where if one works out and the other one doesn't, great. If they both work out, great. Now either you find a way to make them both work or one becomes a great trade asset down the road. Like, it's just a win-win. And then getting Malcolm Brogdon in that, it's like, okay, they got this asset. Flip that for more assets and picks. And then an asset they got from that, flip that for more assets and picks. And it's like the Damian Lillard trade at the beginning was they got all these things back and they just keep turning that into more and more just instantaneously. And now you look at them and you have this wealth of young talent. Just looking at their top guys, this is their top six right now: Anthony Simons, Scoot Henderson, Shaden Sharp, Jeremy Grant, DeAndre Ayton, and Robert Williams. You're telling me three of those guys can't be franchise cornerstones for the future? That's just assuming half of them pan out. Now, the guy there that you most assume doesn't is Grant, because he's making his big money now. And by the time these other guys are getting paid, he's probably out of there. But even just looking at the other five guys, if 3 out of 5 of them work out, you have 3 franchise cornerstones. And that's on top of a bunch of other picks. And if they're not that good next season, it might be even more to build on top of that. So there's just so much there for them. The only real loser here that I wasn't high on, that people aren't really talking about, but I'm sure you guys have thoughts on specifically, is the Suns' angle of this, where Ayton for Nurkic, I'm not liking that. It's probably a lateral move at best. I think the only saving grace there for them is going to be just that, like, DeAndre Ayton had the weird motivational thing and wasn't really gelling that well, had issues with his touches and all that. I think Nurkic is more suited to just fill a role, and maybe that's what they wanted. And we know they were eyeing him already, so I guess good for them because they got what they wanted. But just from a talent perspective, still not big on it. The last thing I want to say is, because there might be one more trade that spirals off of this, even if Malcolm Brogdon doesn't go somewhere else instantly, bringing him in as a guy to just be on the team for like half a season, I think some of what he could teach and pass down to their young backcourt, and really all three of them with Simon, Scoot, and Shaden Sharp, being able to pass down some things to him, just being that consistent, reliable, steady point guard that can do a lot off the ball, can do things on the ball. If he stays there for a little bit, even like half a season, like I'm saying, I think it could be really valuable to their development. And even if he doesn't stay there, that's just more assets for them. So I'm very pleased with this trade across the board.
Gabe just went in for like 6 minutes, bro. I don't know if he left anything else to be said, but I'll leave the Nurkic talk for Dev, because I know he made a tweet about it. That's his guy, so I'll leave that alone for right now. But I want to focus on the Bucks, because I feel like this offseason really began with them after they lost in that first round series. And I feel like the pressure was already on them because they lost to an 8 seed, and it started with the coaching change. Like, that was really the beginning of that. And then Giannis making those comments, which was within the last month, about, well, I don't know if like I'll re-sign long term because I got to see if this franchise really wants to win. That like stamped the pressure, like you said, Gabe. Like, this is like, okay, they got to make that move. And we were just talking literally a week ago about where we thought Dame was going to be at the beginning of the season. Nobody mentioned the Bucks. I mean, we talked a lot about the Raptors. We talked a lot about, Miami. We just thought he'd be back in Portland. Nobody talked about the Bucks. So really came out of left field. But this is that move that really puts them in that upper echelon. This team has everything it takes to win a championship right now. I love how they didn't give up too much, I think, in this trade, which Grayson Allen was a, knockdown three-point shooter for them. But they still got guys on the roster that can space the floor, at least on paper, which they've had for like the last, 3-4 years on that roster. But you bring in a guy like Dame, I'm just picturing high pick and rolls with Dame and Giannis. That's going to be borderline unstoppable. And the fact that at the end of games, they can just put these two on one side of the floor, clear it out, and just let these guys go to work. It's going to be a dynamic duo that is going to be so fun to watch, man. And these are two guys that go all out every game that they play. We see Giannis is always out there playing 110%. Dame coming off, we think, the best season of his career, at least numbers-wise it was. If he can stay healthy, if Giannis can stay healthy too, because I know he's dealt with some injuries here and there the last couple of years during the regular season, this is a team that can easily win 60 games. Like, they're just that talented, and they still got the depth pieces. Brooke Lopez is still there. Chris Middleton is still there. Pat Connaughton, Bobby Portis. They got a lot of really solid guys like Jay Crowder. This is a really good team. We'll see how Adrian Griffin coaches with his first year being a head coach. But, Bucks fans should be excited, and they're going to be an exciting team to watch for sure.
Yeah, the other equation that's going to be really fun to that too, outside of Dame and Giannis, is that Chris Middleton's now a third option. That's a scary third option. This is a guy who we just saw be the number one perimeter scorer on a finals team and the number two option on that team. He now gets to be the guy on the weak side getting those open 3-point shots when Dame and Giannis clear out and go on their two-man game. That's going to be a really tough offense to deal with. It's also nice for Middleton this year, given the injury concerns he's had over the last couple of years. So if he does need to have some time out, that luxury's there. You guys touched on the Suns and that addition of Yusuf Nurkic. I don't think it's the worst idea in the world, and not because Nurkic is their saving grace. He's certainly not, but they don't need another guy who's going to go out and create his own shot, be a decent mid-range shooter, put up 16, 18 points. They have scores. They are going to live in the mid-range already between Beal and Booker and KD. They already suffer with too many mid-range shots. Nurkic isn't going to be any worse on the glass. He's a bigger player. He might give you slightly better post defense on some nights, although every other aspect of the defense is questionable, but you're not losing a ton there for what they really need. They don't really need much more of what Ayton gives on the offensive end. And he's not the type of center that's really out competing a lot of these guys in the glass. He's not that significantly better defensively, at least not over the last couple of years in Phoenix. Haven't really seen that since the finals run. So I don't think they're losing too much there. The most important part is that they get another guy who can space the floor for them and can have a little bit of 3-point shooting in Grayson Allen, and they get another wing who might be able to give them some rotational minutes in Nasir Little. They're going to have a lot of guys this year where outside of their Beal, Booker, KD, and now Nurkic, who's our guys? Who are we depending on? And it's still pretty uncertain, but they have a couple of more options now that might be a little bit more dependable and reliable in Grayson Allen and Nasir Little. And that's arguably the most important part for them. That is a lot more valuable than having DeAndre Ayton on their team for them right now because of that lack of depth that we've seen for them since they've made the KD trade, and now even more so with the Bradley Beal trade. So I think it makes sense for them for where they're at right now. But like you said initially, Gabe, I think this is a trade that makes sense for pretty much all parties. This wasn't really a trade that I looked at and said, no one really wins here. There was all a good reasoning and good outcome for everyone involved here. Portland have a great direction, and you mentioned that core six and those 5 core young guys are great, and that doesn't even include Matisse Thybulle, who, if he can continue to shoot the 3 like he did at the end of last year, is a really interesting talent, as well as their other pick this year is Chris Murray. The Bucks are evidently going to continue to be one of the best teams in the league through the next few years, so win-win-win from all sides there. Can't really complain either way, but like you said, Reek, the Bucks weren't really on anyone's radar, but it's going to make for some fun ball to watch this year. There's no doubt about that.
I'm very excited to see their ball handling, like what they can do with Dame as a ball handler. Because you think of what Dame has done as like, who do we think is the best like pick and roll partner that Damian Lillard's had in his career? It's probably like LaMarcus Aldridge early on, like something like no like, and that was real early. So like prime Dame, like no, yeah, exactly. So like nobody really great. So now you have Giannis as a pick and roll partner, assuming they run that. I think with the coaching change, I think that'll be implemented more because we know them not implementing that in the past was kind of one of the big criticisms of them. But then having Damian Lillard as that guy, and then also him running pick and pops with Brook Lopez, holy. And like you said, Middleton over there on the weak side, that offense is going to be scary. And as long as you have Giannis and Brook Lopez there, I'm not worried about the defense either.
Another dynamic too is like the inverted pick and rolls with Giannis as the ball handler, like what Jokic and Murray do. Like that's going to be deadly as well. And even like a 1-3 pick and roll with Dame and Middleton. He's never had somebody the caliber of Chris Middleton on the wing. Like so, this is just like he's playing with like the best talent on one team that he's ever played with in his career, while he's playing the best basketball of his career. It's like the stars are all lined up for this team to be really, really special. And I'm excited to watch it.
They definitely are. There's going to be a lot of special talent in Milwaukee, and it's going to be really fun to see how that all pans out. But Boston, we're letting Milwaukee have the fun by themselves because they made sure they were getting involved on this as well. They picked up Jrue Holiday from the Portland Trailblazers only a few days later. Want to get the thoughts from the Celtics fan first. How do you feel, Reek, with Robert Williams most notably out at Allen and Jrue Holiday now going back to compete against his former team?
Yeah, that was probably the worst case scenario for the Bucks is Jrue Holiday going to another contending team in the same conference. Like, that was probably worst case scenario. But other than that, I was like, my initial reaction is not how I feel about the trade now. Obviously was very excited to get Jrue Holiday. When I saw the full package, I was like, It seemed like a lot on paper, but after all the like emotions of being a fan and stuff got out the way, another really good Brad Stevens aggressive type move to continue and try and push to be a champion. Like when what have we all been saying this Celtics team has been missing for like the last 2 years? It's always been point guard, point guard, point guard. Jrue Holiday is the best point guard that Tatum and Brown have played with since they have been the go-to guys. You know, they had like a year of Kemba, but his knees eventually gave out. And that was before Tatum ascended to like being an all-NBA player. Same thing with Jaylen Brown. Since then, they've been running with like Marcus Smart, Derek White, Brogdon's. Jrue Holiday is the best guy that they have had, you know, since Kyrie Irving. Like, that's how good Jrue Holiday is. Even though like he is like notoriously been like a playoff type dropper. In this situation, I don't think that they will be relying on him to be a 20-point per game scorer like the Bucks might have wanted, because you got JB, JT, you got Kristaps Porzingis, who you also brought in. So he fills in all the other gaps that you need as far as a playmaker, still being a very, very good defender. So he kind of replaces that Marcus Smart role. And then him and Derek White in that backcourt, both all NBA defenders, both probably like top 5 guard defenders in the world. That's a lethal duo right there. And giving up Rob Williams definitely sucks. It's not ideal. We talked about him pretty much like over the last month. Like, he's been brought up every single episode because he's very good when he's on the court. But I think that's the main thing, and that's why Brad made this trade, is because you can't really bank on Robert Williams' health being the difference between you being a champion and you coming up short again. Like, you can't bank on a guy that has not played a healthy season in his NBA career so far. So it's very tough to do that. But it sucked to see him go. But at the end of the day, I love the trade, man. I love the trade. Brogdon, we kind of already talked, like, it seemed like they wanted to get rid of him in June. It just fell apart because the Clippers didn't want in anymore. So it was probably writing on the wall, but they wanted to wait for the right trade to come available, and Jrue Holiday became available. So, you know, I'm excited. It's all chips are all in the middle of the table now. Like, this is it. We'll see what the rest of the roster looks like when we get like deeper into the season, because the depth definitely is thin right now. Like, you're relying on Peyton Pritchard to play a lot more minutes, which we've seen him do, but now he's going to be like a big part of your backup rotation. Same thing with like Sam Hauser. Is it going to be Luke Cornett? I saw Wenyen Gabriel got signed. Is it O'Shea Brissett? Is it Jordan Walsh, the rookie? Lamar Stevens? Like, it's kind of like the Suns bench. Like, there's guys, but who's going to be the reliable guys in that second unit? We'll see. The Celtics front office still has like some draft picks that they can mess with when it comes to the trade deadline. I think the second apron rule kind of avoids them from being the buyout candidate because got a lot of money tied into 4 guys. So that's going to be tough. But at the end of the day, this was an aggressive move. I think Celtics fans need to like just understand the idea. Robert Williams is great, but having his injury history, Porzingis is also a guy that's always banged up, it seems like. And then you got Al Horford pushing 37. You can't really rely on 3 guys that you got question marks at your big spot. Why not go upgrade a position of need, get another backcourt guy in Jrue Holiday, and let's go ahead and rock out?
Yeah, I was a bit middling on this trade. First, I want to respond to some comments. He's the best playmaker that has ever played with the Jays. I completely would have to agree with that. The only other like really good point guards they played with is Smart, who Drew's definitely a better playmaker than Kemba when he was there. And I also think that Jrue would have him beat on the playmaking side. And then shout out my guy Justin for the love in the comments. Appreciate that as well. But getting into this trade, I was a bit middle of the road on it, I will admit. I don't think I'm as high on Boston's side, just looking at the whole offseason in context of what they got back versus what they gave up. And when I look at the fact that overall you got rid of Marcus Smart, Robert Williams, and Malcolm Brogdon. And in that, you got off of who I think is your best defensive player in Robert Williams, even if he had a bit of injury concerns. You got rid of who I would call probably like the heart and soul leader type player of that team. Say what you want about that. Got rid of that and Marcus Smart, their longtime point guard who has a lot of chemistry with these guys, even if he can take some wild shots sometimes. And then getting rid of Malcolm Brogdon, who, yes, we know he was already on the trade block and had some weird things happen, but the leader of your second unit. And especially now that second unit is looking a little weak. Now, if they stagger minutes and it's just like you have Derek White leading the second unit and then you have Jrue come back in for White to get some rest or something like that, and then maybe spot like some Peyton Pritchard minutes if he starts to show those flashes, it could be fine. I don't think it's terrible because I'm going to assume they're not just out there running full 5-man bench lineups. But I do think there is a bit of thinness in the backcourt now that hopefully they can find a way to rectify throughout the course of this season, maybe around trade deadline time. We know Brad Stevens likes to make his moves. I'm not exactly sure what his trade deadline track record is as far as making midseason moves, but it's something we could look to be a possibility.
Derek White.
Yeah, I was thinking. So if they could do another trade like that, I think that would help them a lot. And then Jrue Holiday is an upgrade, but him and Porzingis as far as like championship winning moves, because this is a team who was already a finals contender. Like, I don't know if they're the guys to get you over the hump. They do bring things to the table, but we know Jrue Holiday has been such an offensive liability in the playoffs the past couple seasons now. It's like when you get deep into it and you're looking for that like real steady point guard, I don't know if Jrue Holiday has been that steady in recent years. And so I do like a lot of what he offers. And the more I've thought about it, I do think that he'll still be fine defensively, because at first I was like, he got torched by Miami last year. Like, he wasn't even looking good on defense either. He wasn't looking good on either side. But I do think the point was made to me that Miami really just wasn't missing anything. And so I think on that side of the floor, he'll be perfectly fine. But as far as that offensive liability, it kind of concerns me. And then Robert Williams to Porzingis, I have my questions there as well. Just because Robert Williams was like the exact same age as Tatum, a year younger than Brown, I thought he was like the guy at the center position for the long term. And even with his injury concerns, Porzingis just showed us his first fully healthy season, at least in quite some time last year. And so going off of that, it's like, yeah, he has a different skill set and offers them a different look as far as like his floor spacing, but you know the way we talk about Robert Williams on this podcast, what he can do from the passing perspective, just being in the right places, not even including his defensive abilities. Just, I felt like he was so impactful to that team while really not missing that much more time than a Porzingis usually does in a regular year. I don't know if that was overall worth the upgrade. So it's like they've added some things, but they've lost some things as well. I don't think it's necessarily bad to say that, where it's like a bit of a lateral move, but when you're already a championship contender, maybe that new look is what pushes you over the edge. And I still think that's a possibility, and they're still very much in the mix here for this title. But I think I am a little bit more questionable about them than I would be at Milwaukee going into this season.
That's definitely valid, especially when you were considering where that Dame edition puts them at. But, I mean, like you're saying, Justin, in chat, the Celtics and the Bucks are clearly the two best teams in the East right now. It was that way probably pre-trade, but it's definitely that way after the trades that have been made, at least in my eyes. And I get where you're coming from, Gabe. I'm not as skeptical to this season. My concern is that it feels like they very much have changed their window. And they're always going to be competitive with Tatum and Brown for some length of time because they're young. But Al Horford is now someone you're relying on significantly in your front court. He's 37. And Jrue Holiday has 2 years left on his deal, and he's been very vocal about the fact that he very well may retire at the end of that deal. You could have two of your core 6 guys gone for nothing in the next 2 years. And this isn't a gone in free agency. This isn't a gone in a sign and trade. This isn't a gone via trade. They could just be gone out of the league, and you're not getting anything back for those guys. You mentioned the fact, Reek, that they do have some assets still to play with moving forward. They have a couple of first-round picks they can move. They have a bunch of second-round picks they can move. So they're not stuck. They still have some viable options to improve their team beyond that. But they don't have all of the options, and it's tough to go from losing a starting big man and an all-star caliber point guard and just start from scratch to have to replace those. So that's the biggest concern for me. Going into this year, though, I love what they have. I absolutely love what they have. I think the Jrue Holiday addition, yes, concerns offensively in the postseason. Very valid. But the defense, it looks like they're committing to it once again. Kristaps is a great defensive addition. Jrue Holiday is a great defensive addition. Talk about what you want about the mentality and the coaching from Ime to last year without Ime as far as the defense goes. I think the defense is still going to be very elite, if not one of the best or best defenses in the league next season. And I'm not that concerned about the depth either. During the regular season, sure. Especially if they start to have an injury or two, you're going to have that 8th, 9th guy in the rotation probably be guys you don't want to play that significant of minutes. But, I mean, we just saw it last year from Denver, and it's been proven time and time again in the postseason. You go a guy deep and then maybe a 7th guy deep. If you're lucky, you might go 8 deep. But really, I mean, even Denver were running 6.5-man lineups for a lot of that postseason run. The Celtics have one of the best 6-man rotations in the league. Peyton Pritchard as your 7th is probably not anywhere near a bad option. And then we'll see what else you get from everyone else. Do you have Wenyen Gabriel become more of a prominent feature as the 3rd guy in your front court after signing him and no one else being up there right now who's probably at that same caliber? Just Jordan Walsh have a really good rookie season? Does Oshae Brissett really find his role? If any of those guys can be a solid 8th option, they're more than fine with that. Regular season, sure, it could become an issue, but they have a solid 6-man rotation and Pritchard is their 7th. They're more than fine there for the postseason. I'm really not concerned about that. So it's really going to be a matter of health and what do they look like in 2 years' time. But as far as this trade is concerned, they're not thinking about 2 years down the road. They're thinking about this Bucks team is old. Brook Lopez is 35, Dame is 32, Middleton's 33, and Giannis is 29. We need to compete with these boys right now. Let's worry about 2 years down the road, 2 years down the road. And I give them credit for that. I think this helps them for the next 2 years. I think it recommits their defensive identity. No guarantee they're getting out of the East, but I think this gives them a much better chance to get past the Bucks than they would have otherwise a few days ago.
Yeah, that's great points, Devin. I don't really disagree with what you said either, Gabe. Most of those points. The only thing about like Robert Williams is like we know how good he is when he's fully healthy. But you even look, he was on an extreme minutes restriction last year. Even in the playoffs, like his minutes really dwindled, and there were still questions like, is Rob playing tonight? Like it was still those questions. So it's just like having that risk already. It's a risk either way. Like if you make the trade, you make the trade, Robert Williams, maybe he goes out and has a fucking fully healthy season or some shit like that. You got to run that risk though. Bringing in Jrue Holiday, you bring in Porzingis. You kind of said like this is a team that has been there, like they've been on the doorstep. But at what point is it we got to make some type of move to go to really just try and push our chance? Like we see teams do it all the time. And look, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Like you make the big moves and it doesn't work out. But sometimes it does. So this is their big moves. They made a couple this offseason. Like Devin said, maybe 2 years down the line, it doesn't look as great because maybe Jrue Holiday doesn't sign the extension like he's been talking about. Maybe Al Horford is sitting on his couch. Maybe Porzingis isn't healthy enough to be a key piece anymore. Like there's questions down the line for sure. But for this season, these are moves that you kind of have to make, especially after the Dame trade, because if you don't really improve after that and you're relying on Robert Williams to hopefully be healthy when it's time, hopefully Porzingis is also healthy too, and hopefully Al Horford doesn't regress all the way, you're asking for a lot. That's just too much risk. One thing you know is Jrue Holiday is going to come in. He's going to be more than a solid point guard than what you've had over the last couple of years. And that's no shade to Marcus Smart, heart and soul, one of the best defensive guards in the world too. But Jrue Holiday is still a better basketball player right now. I'm comfortable saying that. So those are just risks that you have to take. And we'll see how it looks down the line. Maybe this doesn't work out. Maybe they don't get a championship and you don't have any picks for the next 7 years. And all you got is Tatum and Brown to mortgage your futures on. But if it does work, then you win a championship and we'll just be like, hey, Brad Stevens made all these amazing moves and it worked out. So there's always two ends to the spectrum. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, I think really there is a lot to be said for taking that risk and truly buying in to say, yeah, we need to get it done right now, even if there's some questions about it. Because when you look at the Celtics team, who quite literally since 2018, actually since 2017, really has been in like every Eastern Conference Finals except like one or two. Well, at that point, I mean, you're close but no cigar. Like you have all of those playoff series wins, get so deep every year, make the finals one year even, but you never get over that hump. And you guys do make a great point as far as saying, listen, we're there, but let's go all the way because at some point we need to get that title. And when you mention those like kind of long-term things, Devin, about moving their window, that even just adds to it where you say, yeah, Al Horford still contributes at a high level for us right now. He does a lot of great things as a paint protector. We even know when they made that finals run, like he had some big games for them, even that deep in a postseason run. So looking at him as like your sixth guy, but you want to maximize that while you still have it. Talking about Jrue Holiday, he's the same guy who was talking about retiring after his current contract is over. Now that might have changed now that he's not on the same team. Let me know if that changed, but that could still be an option that's on the table. We don't know how long he's going to be around. And then even looking at their core guys, there's always been those questions about the Jays, and especially now that Jaylen Brown has that guaranteed long-term money, who knows where he'll be in 2 years. Maybe we'll get back to that, does Jaylen Brown want to go be on his own team and do all that, especially if the roster around them starts to fall apart a little bit? We don't know. And so I think for that, I would have to be swayed more in your guys' direction of liking it, as far as, yeah, let's just get it done now, no matter the cost. And I think they have an ability to do that.
I think Woj said the Celtics are trying to extend Jrue. So we'll see like how that works. Derek White's also up for an extension. That's just a lot of money committed to their top six. And probably, arguably, the best top six in basketball. And I love the point that Devin made. Like, the Bucks ran Bruce Brown. In some games, they would run Christian Brown. Some games, it would be Jeff Green. Maybe both sometimes. But other than that, those were their guys that they were running off the bench. You weren't seeing Zeke Naji. You weren't really seeing DeAndre Jordan. Like, you weren't seeing anybody else off of that bench. So that's just how it gets when it's playoff time. Just like how Devin said, though, like, health is going to be the key part, because if one of those guys are down, if Horford's banged up or Porzingis is when it comes to the playoffs, that's when it can get rough, and then it's like, oh, the depth is definitely gone. But I like the point that GCB made talking about that small ball lineup. Really, those first four guys, White, Holiday, Tatum, Brown, that is perimeter defense. That is nasty, a nasty lineup, whether it's Al or Porzingis at the 5. That's an amazing lineup. So they're going to have a lot more, I think, versatility when it comes to lineups this year, because you can run Jrue and Derek White together. You can stagger them. You can run a big lineup. You can run a small lineup. Like, there's a lot more, I think, flexibility than what they would have had with the lineup that they just had, a week ago prior to the Jrue Holiday trade.
Is that even a small ball lineup? Do you guys think?
Not.
Like, I was gonna say, like, Tatum's a true 4. I think Brown has always been more of a 3 than a 2, in my opinion.
And those are two of the best.
Usually been a shooting guard, even if he might, like, I don't even remember what his height is, but he's a shooting guard. And then Horford's a real center, a good paint protector. Like, I feel like that's a regular lineup. It just has really good spacing.
And Tatum and Brown are like two of the best rebounding wings in basketball, especially like defensive rebounding percentage and stuff. Like, they're two of the best.
Yeah, it's just not the too big lineup that many people might expect, but it's definitely not small, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's exciting though, man. But really, Gabe alluded to it earlier. The real winner, in my eyes, is Portland. I think they walk away very happy that they waited. They didn't just give Dame what he was initially asking for. They waited it out. It happened sooner than what I thought would. I thought this might drag into the season. They got a very good return for Dame. And then on top of that, the Jrue Holiday return really just solidifies a very good total offseason for the Blazers. They've set themselves up very nicely for the future. Now, whether Brogdon gets moved at some point, maybe somebody's desperate enough and can take in the Jeremy Grant contract down the line, we'll see. But that's more assets that will probably be on the table for them. Joe Cronin did an amazing job, and I'm so glad that they finally hit the reset.
Yeah, they did a great job this summer. I mean, they've put themselves in a spot where they have two of the top 10 centers in the league who are both 25 and have both made the NBA Finals and both played very good on those finals runs. Already had their great young backcourt. They managed to get Scoot Henderson this year. Still have Shaedon Sharpe. Still have Anthony Simons. You just averaged 21 points a game as a 24-year-old, which no one seems to notice. Not to mention the fact that you just got the Warriors pick next year, the Bucks and the Celtics pick in 2029, and especially in the Bucks standpoint, we talked about how old they are. That might be a pretty good pick come 2029, not to mention those pick swaps could be pretty valuable as well. So they got an absolute haul from Dame. They did very well to wait as long as they did and to get the assets they did. And as much as we've been harping on them for not trading Dame over the last couple of years, they've basically put themselves in a situation where they're going to be able to go from being at least relatively competitive over the last few years, evidently not as competitive as most people would have liked, but still in the play-in picture, to probably having a chance to be in the play-in picture again this year, despite just trading away their best player. That's the situation they put themselves in. That's how quickly they've done this rebuild and how well they've transitioned from the addition of assets they got this year in Ayton and Robert Williams, and the very wise decision they made last year to tank and then getting some lottery luck to get Scoot in the draft this year. So they've done so well over the last 6 months to absolutely shift the direction from finally relying on Dame to get into this next era. And pretty much instantaneously, they're going to be a competitive team. There's never going to be a year for Portland where they're a 15-win team. I'd be surprised if they're not winning comfortably more than 30 this year.
Yeah, they got really lucky in terms of they were really able to start this rebuild with Damian Lillard still on the roster because of the fact that he missed almost an entire season, and then they were able to just still be bad like this past season with him playing so well that they were able to get these high-tier picks. And even then they had Anthony Simons on the roster before that when they weren't even really bad yet. So for them to be able to acquire all this talent while still having Damian Lillard to where you had a certain portion of your future figured out, and even short-term future with Jeremy Grant being locked down, I love the fact that what they went out and got back outside of draft capital, of course, was front court players, was big men, because you looked at what this young core needed, and you don't want to create a logjam. You don't want to be in a situation where you had 8 million guards and it's like, oh, how do we give each guy the right opportunity to develop because they're all trying to fight for the same minutes. Now, will there be guys fighting for minutes? Yeah, there's these 6 guys and there's 5 starting spots. And, of course, the other guys, like you mentioned, in a Matisse Thybulle and a Chris Murray, they're going to be fighting for their spots too. Everyone is. A lot of hungry guys. But with that said, bringing in 2 big men that are already a bit established but still not too far off the timeline, that's one of the best returns you could have gotten, not just from a talent perspective, but from a fit perspective. And so, yeah, short-term and long-term future, like this team is set. And it's so funny because we literally go from the situation a year ago where this team's on our mute list, we won't talk about them, to the point where now this is among like the top rebuilds in the league, right there with an Orlando, right there with a Detroit. Like, they started rebuilding a week ago fully, and they're already like at the point where I could see them being as good as Orlando next year. And Orlando, they've done a great job, but it's been much more long-term. It took them a good, it's been 2.5 years since the Vucevic trade, and Detroit even a bit longer than that they've been at this rebuild. So for them to turn around and be this talented, I don't want to say this good because we don't know how good they're going to be, but this talented this quickly is very impressive.
Yeah. I think Joe Cronin took over like January of 2021, I think, or 2022, one or the other. But he kind of set like the seeds. Like he's not afraid to make moves when he traded away CJ, even though the return wasn't spectacular. But that's just putting in the message like, we're going to change things a little bit around here. And I like how Portland's drafted over the years. Like you mentioned, and Anthony Simons was not a lottery pick. He was like picked, I think, in like the late teens, early 20s. Like he was not one of those highly touted guys. Same thing with like Nas Little, who they did move off of, but I think showed some promise as a young guy. Shaden Sharp looked really good, especially like the back half of the season when they were in that more tech mode. But when he was getting more minutes, he looked very damn good in those minutes. They have set themselves up now. They may have not got like the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander type of return, or maybe what other star players have demanded over the years. But getting, like you guys mentioned, 2 top 10 centers, a plethora of draft picks, more guys that you can move off of, like they did an amazing job to already add to a nice young core. We'll see how like all the minutes are distributed, but they're going to be a fun team to watch. They could probably be competitive, but even if they're not competitive, like it's not going to hurt them. They are setting themselves up to have a really good future.
No, they definitely are. I can't wait to see how it all plans out, how those minutes get distributed, what the fit looks like. I mean, some people might just think it's going to be awkward, but I can't wait to see how Ayton and Robert Williams look next to each other. Like that defensively, that has the potential to be a coach's dream if Ayton figures it out on the defensive end again. And offensively, man, let my boy Ayton shoot some threes. Let him go out and shoot 100 this year.
Why not? Good touch.
Why not? He's a great mid-range shooter. He shoots 23s a year already this year. Like, just let him shoot. He's hanging out on a rebuilding team. Like, we're talking about him being competitive, but they're still a young rebuilding team. Let the man shoot. Let him experiment. Let Rob Will get the ball in some short rolls and play make to him in the post. Like, they have so much opportunities and different nuances they can add to that offense with that dynamic of the two bigs, that they can actually thrive from it and not just have it be this weird, awkward fit.
I like that.
And if you got to manage Rob, like you got Ayton, and Ayton's always pretty available. I would say he's had some time where he's missed like a decent amount of the season, but that's somebody that's always normally out there. So it's going to be fun. Ayton did say coming out of college too. Like he said he's a power forward. So now's his chance to prove it. And I'm happy for Chauncey too, because he kind of got a weird hand, I think, dealt to him when he took the job. A team that was kind of in no man's land, but now he gets a team that picked the direction. We can really see like how good of a coach he actually is. So good for him in the coaching realms. But yeah, this is my league pass team this year. I'm gonna be watching a lot of Blazers games, even though they come on at like 9 p.m. Eastern time. I'll still try and tune in when I can.
Yeah, I'm very excited. The point about just like, even though these guys have been in the league for a little bit, like an Ayton or like a Rob, the ability for them to develop their games even further because the team is in more of a development mode. Like I like that. Like we know they're going to be competitive. Like I think there'll be a similar situation about they could be better than like even a Utah was last year. So like if they ended up sneaking in like an 11 seed, I wouldn't be that shocked. So with that, experimenting different things for Ayton, experimenting different things for Rod, experimenting with any of them. Really, even Simons has been around for a couple of seasons. So whatever you want his long-term role to be, there's a lot they can really play with here. And just going off of that, like those options should set them up to succeed no matter what happens. And you can even see one of these players kind of transform their game. It's almost reminiscent of what Lauri Markkanen did in Cleveland. He went there and we're like, oh, it might be a little bit of a weird fit, like we're saying with Rob and Ayton. And it's like Lauri went in there. He developed his game a little bit more to be able to play more as a 3 next to Mobley and Allen. And now he's a full-time 3 and really damn good at it. So maybe if Ayton transitions more to a 4, has to space a little bit more, has to add some more dynamic aspects to his game, it could really change him as a player. You guys know I'm an Ayton truther, so I'm very excited. And the last thing I want to mention, I kind of alluded to it before as well, but if Brogdon is still on this roster when the season starts, just bringing him in to mentor these guys for a little bit, I really think he could teach those backcourt guys a ton when we're talking about development.
Yeah, shout out to Perez. Quickly about AN. I really do hope a change of scenery helps, like, I guess, re-energize him, because somebody that we've seen just kind of laxed over the last couple of seasons. Hopefully this gets him back into that mode where he can be himself, be motivated to play, bring high energy night in, night out. He was saying some bullshit though during this presser. I will say that, like, talking about, man, I'm gonna do whatever they ask me to do, bring energy. Like, bro, if you was doing that, like, Phoenix would have never even thought about moving on from you. So I'm just hoping, like,
team facility, that video of him in the team facility, he looked like a kid in a candy store. Like, I think, bro, like,
man, that brought a smile to my face.
What you see that, bro? Most iconic tweet in NBA history. What did Eric Bledsoe say about Phoenix?
I don't want to be here.
I don't want to be here. DeAndre Ayton, he didn't want to be in Phoenix either. He got out, bro. Come on. He's such a talent.
Is that the most iconic tweet?
It's probably Scarlett Johansson, I'll drink your bathwater, #random.
Yeah, everybody knows KD, like, said that. Like, that's valid. But Bledsoe is probably like top 5. I'll give him that.
I think it's definitely up there. So I'll say one up, but legitimately, he's such a talent that I do think the energy will be there, because he's in a point again where he knows, like, this team wanted him as a focal guy. He's arguably the biggest piece of the Damian Lillard return. I mean, objectively, it's Jrue Holiday, but he wasn't there for more than a day. So biggest guy to say.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They wanted to sign him last offseason. Am I misremembering that?
Most of the rumors I saw were Indiana.
Yeah, I believe the Pacers were the main player, but I think they did have some interest.
Yeah, I briefly remember seeing Portland had, like, some type of interest in him.
It's believable.
Yeah.
He's better than Nurkic.
I don't see why not. He is. But like Devin alluded to, like, your tweet was perfectly said. Like, Ayton for Phoenix is just marginally better for what they were getting out of Ayton. Now, upside wise, obviously, is DA, but for what Phoenix was getting out of DA, Nurk could probably do most of the same stuff. Like, to be honest.
Yeah, he really can. You definitely hit that on the nose, though, Mo. Most iconic Twitter moment was definitely JR. That's forever going to be a great moment on NBA Twitter.
Yeah. That was a funny night, unless you were a Cavs or LeBron fan.
Yeah. I'm glad that was not me that night, that's for sure.
Facts. A lot of motion, though, in, like, the last week compared to the last month and a half. Really, all off season being
really
not shit.
Yeah, post the first week of the off season, there was nothing, and now the first week, everyone's moving. It's great.
It was all the contenders too. That's what I think is so interesting about it, is that Damian Lillard was, like, the biggest domino to fall. The other big one still left is, of course, James Harden, but with that, like, the fact that this Damian Lillard trade and what Portland was doing in a rebuilding effort affected not only Milwaukee, but then Boston and Phoenix, it's like them and the Nuggets might be your top 4 contenders. And so for 3 of the top 4 contenders to be making these significant moves in October, well, at this point, it might have been late September, but still 3 weeks before the season starts. That is insane.
Yeah. How I got to see my pops over the weekend, and he asked me about Denver. So he's like, how do you feel about Denver? How do y'all feel about Denver? Because they lost a couple guys in the offseason, more notably Bruce Brown. Now, Jeff Green did get minutes for them too, but Bruce Brown was the main name that they lost. Especially of the Dame trade, the Jrue Holiday trade, what the Lakers have done this offseason, what Phoenix has done this offseason. Are you guys still feeling like it's Denver's conference to lose, and, like, are they still the head, like, the top favorite in your guys' book, or has maybe this offseason, especially like the last week or so, kind of maybe changed your thoughts?
I think they're the favorite in the West, but I don't know if they're the favorite in the league. I think these trades, to me, have made Milwaukee the favorite just because they're starting 5 plus like a Bobby Portis plus, I mean, their depth isn't great, but it's like enough when you talk about these teams that go deep, go like 7 guys, maybe 8. I think they're fine enough there. So I think Milwaukee is my favorite. I think as far as the Western Conference goes, talking about Denver, they would be my favorite to come out of there, but I think it'll be more difficult than last time around. I think assuming that LeBron doesn't have another injury, he should be better should the Lakers make it that far and they only strengthen their supporting cast and that team will have more time to play together and only grow as a unit. You look at the Suns, who have some flaws but are very dangerous with their top 3 and added a bit more depth in guys like Grayson Allen and the role change and bringing in a Nurkic that could just allow them to gel a little bit better. So there's some scary teams, but overall, I still would take Denver as the favorite in the conference and probably like a tied second with Boston for title favorite for me.
Yeah, I'm not too far off. I don't think they're a clear given to win the West, but if I have to pick a team, I'm picking them. But like you said, the Lakers and the Suns can compete with them. I'm even throwing the Warriors in that conversation this year. I think any of those 3 teams, if all goes to plan, any of those teams could beat them. But Denver's still going to beat them more times than they're not. And I think they're right on par with Boston and Milwaukee. I don't really have a clear favorite with those 3 teams right now until I actually see them produce on the court. But I have enough trust in what Denver have going on in terms of depth. Even with the departure of Bruce Brown and Jeff Green, Christian Brown is going to probably step into that Bruce Brown role and probably thrive in it. I saw enough towards the back end of that postseason run. I'm not concerned about him in that role. And then whether it's a Peyton Watson, whether it's Reggie Jackson, whether it's a Julian Strawther or either of their other 2 rookies they brought in, they have enough guys that I think 1 or 2 of them can take that step up and give them enough depth options that I think they'll be fine. Will they be quite as good as last year? Probably not, because Bruce Brown is a hell of a piece to have to replace, but they're still going to be very good. They're still going to be one of the best teams in the league, solely based on the fact that Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic is just arguably the best duo in the league, and there's very little you can do about it.
Interesting. Yeah, Denver's definitely relying on like another Christian Brown type of ascension, like one of those rookies. Maybe Reggie Jackson can be okay enough as a backup. We haven't really seen him. Like last year, he wasn't really in the mix. He wasn't good when he was in LA. But the year before, he was pretty solid. Like so maybe he can get back to that. Who knows? That's to be seen. I'm interested though. You think the Warriors? You would throw them into that mix, Devin?
I would. I'm willing to consider the fact that Wiggins missed over half the year and they were just whatever the hell they were on the road last year, and put that into perspective I think they have a shot. I still don't know how Chris Paul there is going to work, but the Warriors as a core is still there, and that I believe in enough.
Yeah, as long as they have that.
They still won a playoff series too.
Yeah, and they took the Lakers at 6. It's not like they got swept or anything. Like that was a more competitive series than I think it got credit for. There were a couple of blowouts, but like game 1 was like a back and forth game. Like Golden State could have been up 2-0 going to LA. Like it was that close of a game 1. So yeah, Wiggins coming back. The Chris Paul fit, I don't know, but I'm so intrigued. Like I really just cannot wait to see how the hell is he going to run this Golden State offense. But I've had questions about Chris Paul and his fit with guys in the past. Like I was one of the guys. I'm like, I don't know how him and James Harden is going to work. It worked pretty good, and him and Book worked well. But this is a different dynamic, man, because this Warriors system, they've shown like guys you can't just throw anybody in this system. But Chris Paul's a smart enough basketball player to where I think he can figure it out.
Yeah, I don't see how it doesn't work. Just talking about Chris Paul having one of the highest basketball IQs ever, like he shows up in new places and contributes right away. Houston, you even like missed Oklahoma City in there. Like he went in there day 1 and was really impactful and impressive with them. And while he's not the same level of talent that he might have been then due to just aging and father time catching up, the only real like weird thing might be like when Draymond's ball handling. But we've seen Chris Paul play off the ball because he did it with James Harden. Yes. He did it with Devin Booker. And as long as he's knocking down jump shots consistently when passed to, the spacing's going to be there because you're going to have Curry and Clay. And as far as taking the ball out of Curry's hands, that's like Chris Paul is objectively a better playmaker than Draymond, as good as Draymond is. So probably the best playmaker we've ever seen to feed Curry off the ball, which is exciting. And then having Klay Thompson over there as well. I mean, we were talking about earlier with the Dame situation and Chris Middleton on the weak side. Well, we know Klay Thompson, if there's one thing he can still do, is shoot on that weak side if he's open. So there's a lot there to work with. And for a guy that's as talented passing as him and just what he does with big men, like I'm excited to even see what he does with like a Kevon Looney, because we know that guy is always in the right spots, just playing his role to perfection. And that kind of mold of player is like we saw what he could do with Clint Capella. I think we can see him do really successful things with Kevon Looney. So there's just a lot of pieces on this team that I think he fits well with.
Not even just like actual bigs. Like I saw Draymond said, I think it was on Paul George's podcast. He was like, he's excited to see like how it affects like a Jonathan Kuminga, because he kind of has that same type of style, like dive to the rim, catch and finish type of dude, lob type of guy. That could really help unlock him and maybe help him consistently be in a rotation, hopefully, because they'll probably need one of like both Moody and Kuminga, I think, to really assert themselves as rotation guys this season if they want to get back to the NBA Finals, which they definitely have the talent to do so, but they need those guys, I think, to take that leap, which is this is year 3 for those guys, I believe. So they kind of got to be consistently in the rotation, because they both play really good in spot minutes, but it's like Kuminga will play one game, score like 16 points on 8 of 9 shooting, and then 5 straight DMPs, and we'll see Moses Moody play a playoff game and hit like 3 3-pointers, and then he doesn't play the next game. So hopefully those guys get consistent minutes. I think they'll need that. So hopefully Steve Kerr gives those guys the opportunity, and let's hope Chris Paul can help them out as well, because he's been pretty good, like with young talent, like Gabe, you mentioned OKC, really helped unlock a lot of guys on that team as well.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting fit for sure, but so a lot of teams are going to be this year. It's going to be a lot of interesting pieces to see fit. But let's move to the bottom of the Western Conference for a little bit before we get to our Eastern Conference predictions. Devin Vassell is the next guy to join the extension list this year. We still have a few guys who might get their extension, but he's the 6th guy out of this draft class to get his extension, getting a very team-friendly deal. He's going to be getting around $25 million a year for the next 5 years. That's going to be only 15% of the cap by the last year of that deal, which is absolutely absurd for San Antonio. So they're already buying in to one of their guys from their new core. And this is not a team that extends guys very often. They've only extended a few guys over the last few years, Derek White and DeJounte Murray being the most notable ones. But they evidently believe in Devin Vassell as they should. I'll get your thoughts first, Tyrik. What did you think about the deal? And how do you feel about the Spurs starting to lock into this next core already?
Yeah, my first thought was he deserves it. Like, this is a guy that just under the radar because San Antonio hasn't been good like for the last few years, but consistently has gotten better each year of his career so far. And it just seems like it's not talked about. Maybe it's because he's in the draft class of Ant, Halliburton, LaMelo, but he's consistently, steadily been improving. I think he's due for an even bigger season this year. I think people just aren't familiar with his game, so they might have seen that number and been like what? But it's deserved, man. And like you said, it's going to be a very team-friendly deal like a few years from now. Like, we're going to be looking at that like $25 million. It might be an underpay for Devin Vassell because he's going to continue to improve. This San Antonio young core is going to continue to get better with Wemby and all the other pieces they have. Sohan, Keldon Johnson still there. Like, they got a really nice little young core that I'm excited to see, this season. But Vassell, he's one of my favorite young guys in the league. Like, just a really, really sound NBA player, both ends of the floor. And this was a well-deserved bag.
Yeah, I can't claim to be any expert on Spurs basketball. A little bit of familiarity, but with where they were last season, I'm not going to sit here and act like I watched 50 Spurs games. And what even the small sample size I have seen, like, we know Vassell is one of those guys who might be one of the future pieces of their backcourt going into this Victor era. And I think to extend him now is smart because doing it at this point, team-friendly or not, even if it was a massive overpay, because this Victor era is just starting, by the time that you're extending guys long term and really throwing out like your big contracts, I mean, this contract is probably about to be about over anyways. So to keep him on the roster as a guy who's ascending, only getting better, and proves to be a promising piece of their future, I say why not? Like, there's really no reason to not extend him. See how he works with Victor. That's pretty much always been my outlook on the Spurs this season. Is you have this star guy who's coming in, is supposed to be super impactful, change the direction of your franchise. See who fits with him the best and see what works with him. And if you get a couple years down the road and it's not working out, well, like you mentioned, it's pretty team friendly. And there's probably a lot of teams who would want to trade for a guy like Vassell. So whether or not it works, I don't really think it puts them in a bad position at all because they're just starting. There's so much flexibility with San Antonio. And I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work because Victor might be coming in, but it's not going to interfere with Vassell's game at all. He'll be just fine.
And even still, like Vassell is such an easy plug and play guy. I mean, he can have the ball in his hands. He can be a decent secondary creator and shot creator, but he can also just play off ball, hit his catch and shoot threes, be a solid defender. He's a guy who can fit into whatever role they want, regardless of how things go with him and Victor. And fact of the matter is, until Victor touches a court and starts to play really good ball, he's still the Spurs' best player. And that's undisputable. I know Keldon Johnson will be made as an argument by some people. Devin Vassell is their best player. He's shown it last year, and he's only going to continue to improve. He's still a very young player with probably still some upside as a shot creator. So I think it's a great deal for them. It's a great deal for Vassell. It makes sense regardless of how they go with Victor and the rest of the pieces. I think Vassell is a guy you want to have locked down just because he's such an easy plug and play guy. Regardless of who else is around, Vassell is always going to be a valuable piece.
Exactly, man. One of them Florida State guys. Probably been the best of the bunch to this point. So he's going to steadily just keep improving. And I just like how you mentioned, like, the plug and play ability. Like, those type of guys I just think are underrated when you're building a team. Like, Vassell's definitely not a flashy type of basketball player. That's just because he does a little bit of everything just very well. And that's the type of guy that you need when, your franchise player is going to be, Wemby. At least you hope it is Wemby. Like, you need guys like that can just play any role that you need them to play. And that's exactly what Devin Vassell can do.
Yeah, like I mentioned with that flexibility, talking about just that plug and play, you think, play with Wemby, but at the same time, I don't think any of us expect this team to be that good next season. So looking at that, you get to the next offseason, and you're assuming you get another high pick, and you're getting that, like, probably your main co-star to put next to Victor, assuming like Vassell at best is probably your long-term third option, could be a second option, but even if he ends up being your long-term third guy, it gives you so much flexibility on who you want to pick up as that co-star. Because say they end up with a top 3 pick next year, that guy, I mean, that's so high in the draft that you want to take the most talented guy available and not be worrying about what the fit is. And so just to have that flexibility to say, no matter who this top guy is, we can take him because it's not going to interfere with Vassell, and we know they're going to be drafting around Wemby. So it works really well. Like I said, it goes really good place for them to be right now.
I wish one of us was a draft expert, so like we would be like, oh, they could go get so-and-so. I don't know anything about next year's draft except for the one kid that's playing for G League at night. That's all I really know. Like, and I don't even know.
Can they get Bronny? Is he eligible next year?
Like, I don't even know. Like, I gotta look at draft boards, I guess, because.
Yeah, I do not be tapped in like that. I was more tapped in last year than I usually am, but until them boys start hitting the court in a month or two, I got no idea. I got no idea.
Maybe by the end of this month, I can like have 5 names or so that I'm aware of. That'll be a dub for me.
Yeah, I'm far from a draft expert, bro. I usually do most of my draft research in April and May.
Yeah, that is so valid.
I feel like last year is kind of hard not to be super, at least minorly tapped in because Scoot and Victor were such highly touted names for like we've been hearing about Vic since like 2019, and we've been seeing Scoot playing for G League Ignite for 2 years. So it's like we kind of already knew about those guys. And then slowly it was like the Brandon Millers and the Jarris Walkers and those guys, like we saw them more. But yeah, 2024 draft is so bad. It's one of the worst drafts in a while, 2025 generation.
What I've heard.
I guess that's why we don't know anybody.
Cool. He did reclassify. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
There's somebody. Isn't the Boozer twins in his class too? Or
I believe so, yeah. I think they're all 2025. Yeah,
Okay.
the 2025 class is supposed to be really good, whereas I don't know anybody in 2024, so that's probably pretty telling.
I forget. There's two top guys in this draft that I think are like fighting for that one spot, and it's the guy for G League Ignite, and I forget the other kid's name as well. But that's all I've heard. Outside of that, like I don't know anybody that's like draft locks, like guys that are probably going to be in the draft, which is maybe bad on my part, but I'm also not a big college basketball / prep basketball guy. Yes, him.
Zelius, yeah, that's the name.
Yes.
That name's
I
familiar.
think his name.
Literally have never heard it in my life.
You have. I promise you have. They was talking about him like coming up to this draft, like he was working out with somebody. It was like 6'10" wing player or guard. I think he might be a 2 guard. I don't know. But 6'10" wing player, like he's supposed to be the number 1 pick next year. I'm like, where are these guys coming from? Like, I've never heard a dude.
No, for real. But either way, the Spurs should be in a really good spot. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Bad.
Only other signing I want to bring up before we get to our Eastern Conference standings predictions. Houston went and signed another dude, Reggie Bullock. I thought he was destined to be on a contender. It's like he's available. The Bucks are gearing up. The Celtics are gearing up. The Cavs need a wing shooter.
Miami,
Selfishly, I wanted Orlando to sign him. He goes to Houston.
I'm upset. I saw it at first, and I'm like, at first I was like, Reggie still wasn't signed. Like that was kind of surprising to me. Because,
He had just got waived a few days previous.
Okay.
He had just got bought out by the Spurs.
I was gonna say, okay, him being on the Spurs, I know because the same thing, like they like waived campaign and he got signed by Milwaukee.
Correct.
So yeah, them doing those, okay, that makes more sense. But yeah, Reggie, like that 3-and-D type archetype, like what he brings, especially as a spacer, like why would a contender not go chase that? Especially talking about these contenders and the fact that one of the bigger issues was that depth, like. The Suns could throw him out there. A lot of teams could throw. The Bucks could throw him out there at this point. Shoot, even if the Celtics wanted to give him a chance, like I'm not upset about that. The Denver, he could fit in Denver, catch some passes from Jokic. Like all those top teams, like you could see a fit because it's hard for Reggie Bullock not to fit. Just sit in the corner, play defense, you're fine. But for him to go to Houston, I looked at this and I'm like, another wing? We're already complaining about how having Dylan Brooks on the team is going to limit the opportunity for an Amin Thompson, for a Cam Whitmore, for a lot of these wing guys who they just brought in that they need to develop. You take that, even for Jabari Smith, as good as he was towards the end of last year, like you're taking touches away. And so assuming he's going to get minutes on this team, because why else would they sign him? It's just taking away opportunities. Like, these guys need the space to develop. They need to get these minutes. You already signed a couple of veterans in Van Vliet and especially at their position, Dylan Brooks, who are going to take so many shots, have the ball in their hands so much, and you're just taking that opportunity away. The Rockets have so many promising young prospects. How are they going to develop them? And I thought they were in a really good place to do that before they made these signings. And they just they're just throwing it away. I thought Ime was going to be fine as the development coach, especially to develop that culture, especially on the defensive side of the ball, just playing together. Did that really well, establishing that for Boston. How are you going to establish that with these players on the court if they're not getting the opportunity to play? Yeah. Why are we wasting our time on Dylan Brooks and Reggie Bullock and Fred VanVleet as guys in our rotation? And if he's not in the rotation, why did he sign there? Like Reggie Bullock could go to a contender. Like it just doesn't make sense.
The other top prospect I was thinking of also plays for G League Ignite, Ron Holland. That's who I was thinking of. But didn't we talk about these guys last week? Like who are they starting? Didn't we talk about that? And we brought up the same discussions. Like they already brought in so many wings. We want it to be Amen, but they just got too many. This does not help the cause. Look, Reggie Bullock, Carolina guy. I really pray that no other team offered him a contract, which I just find hard to believe because there are plenty of fucking teams in the association that could use Reggie Bullock. Not even upper echelon like Bucks, Celtics, Heat. Even like lesser teams like the Timberwolves could have used that type of shooting. Cleveland, like, bro. Dev mentioned Orlando. They could have used that. It doesn't make any sense for him unless he just didn't have any other offers, and it definitely does not make sense for the Rockets because now they just got even more of a log jam than they already had at the wing spot. How are you going to comfortably distribute those minutes across all of those names that they have? You're not going to be able to do it. Somebody's going to be unhappy, and it's probably going to be one of the young guys. It's probably going to be like a Cam Whitmore.
It's the viewer. It's the viewers who are unhappy. Yeah, it's me.
And Rockets fans are going to try and brainwash themselves. Look, I saw the picture of Freddie, Jeff Green, Jock Londell, and Dylan Brooks yesterday, and I was absolutely disgusted, bro. I'm like, I'm so mad all these guys signed there. Like, it would have been fine in my eyes if it was just Freddie, Jeff Green. I would have been okay with that. But to bring these guys, and now you might as well Photoshop fucking Reggie Bullock in there too. Because it's like, why? Like, there's no reason, bro. I hope that they're good. I hope that they're a really good team. Because if that's the case, I'll just shut up. But I don't think they're going to be that good. So I'm going to continue to talk shit about the Rockets all year long.
It's just some nasty work, man. Like, evidently Bullock went there for money. You're right on the spot in chat because he's making $10.5 million next year, and he probably wasn't getting a mid-level exception anywhere else. But why are Houston doing this? Like, my hope is that he goes back to playing shooting guard for them, I guess, and becomes their backup too, because they don't really have that right now that their guard spot is in disarray with KPJ being a dumbass off the court. But outside of that, like, you've already brought in Jeff Green. He's your vet. You don't need another wing to do this. You just don't. They have 6 guys now. I mean, we haven't even brought up Jayshawn Tate's name. He's still on the roster. He's going to want to play sometime. I mean, he's good enough to play rotational minutes somewhere in this league. It's not a great wing, but he's viable. And he's like the 6th or 7th dude. Like, I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it. Even if they are good, like, where are these guys getting minutes? I just don't get it.
We gotta talk about these dudes next week too, because it'll be the Western Conference predictions. They'll be pretty early on. Bro, don't worry, they'll be pretty early on in that ranking.
I feel like other than like our rankings episodes, I feel like we talked about these dudes. I feel like we talked about these dudes every single week since they signed everybody. I'm just like, I'm kind of tired of it, man. And their fan base. Maybe every fan base is delusional, but I feel like I see a lot of Rockets fans on my timeline, and they're probably the most delusional bunch of them all.
Dylan Brooks, he beat America, bro.
Like, first is, Jaylen Brown's a Rocket. He's a Rocket. Oh, we got Freddie. Oh, we got
Harden's coming back.
Like,
bro, it's outrageous. I mean, like, it's the same argument that gets made, and you just made it in chat, CF Candy, and it makes sense. Is like, they are tired of losing, and they don't have their pick this year. They're tired of losing, and they don't have their pick. But, like, I don't really care if they don't have their pick this year. You kind of need to roll with that process if you're going with this type of rebuild, and with the fact that they made sure by the James Harden trade that it was going to be a slow rebuild because they didn't get any immediate assets. They got picks. And then they screwed up the part where they're supposed to get a good player alongside that because they didn't want Jared Allen and they got nothing for Oladipo. So they screwed that part up. They made sure they were going to have a long rebuild. And then they were like, oh, we don't have a pick. Let's just stop the long rebuild part, and let's just pray that while we bring in 7 vets that are 9 young guys will also develop. I wish them the best of luck, but that's a hell of a change for Ime to go from I'm coaching a title contender in Boston to let me deal with 15 dudes who all want rotational minutes. I got some vets who got egos and Chuck Shots and Freddie and Dylan Brooks, and I got all these young guys who are desperate for minutes. And it's a hell of a situation to have to manage.
Uncle Jeff's going to have his hands full dealing with these guys, man. Like, that's probably why they had to go get another vet, because it's just like, it's too much. How is Jeff going to handle all these egos? But I hope for Ime's sake, like, he can handle this. Because like you said, that's a big change of going from a title contender to a team that's been bottom of the league the last 2-3 years. And you add a bunch of fuel to what could end up being a fire, bro. Like, this could be bad. This could be bad. And like, I get the point, like, they're probably tired of losing, but this doesn't help. And even if they overachieve this year and get like 43 wins and make the play in, like, it's not gonna mitigate to long-term success, bro. Like, it's just not. So I'm kind of disgusted with this organization. And it goes back to how we kind of started the episode. We see Portland did an amazing job trading a star player. How the fuck do you not get more for James Harden? Because as good as Dame is, James Harden was way better at that time. Maybe not way better, but he was better at that time. You kind of shot yourself in the foot right there. And that's probably why they feel like they have to do all this unnecessary shit this offseason. That front office has handled the last couple years very poorly for a team that I think has drafted well. But I don't know. I'm tired of talking about them, though.
They got the steal of the draft this year. Cam Whitmore at 20? Like, that was crazy.
And he's probably going to play like 5 minutes a game.
Yeah, there's no opportunity. A guy that was 20.
How is he going to see the floor?
Yeah.
Honestly, Jayshawn Tate's probably higher on the depth chart than Cam Whitmore right now.
It's possible.
Yeah.
And that's a good point about Ime in chat. Like, he just might want some vets. He really might just want some vets. And that really might have been part of the selling point of him going to Houston is we got cap space, and we're going to give you some guys to be competitive with. Might not be beneficial for 3 years down the road, but to get you here, we're going to get some guys in that can compete. Is that going to help in the long term? No, but it probably gets Ime in the door. And from the front office standpoint, it probably keeps your jobs for a few more years too. I'm not saying it's the right decision, but it definitely keeps your jobs for a few more years. So unfortunately, the right incentives are not always in place for the right decisions to be made if you don't have the right establishment. And Houston are definitely an organization that does not have the right incentives for the right things to fall in place the last few years. Hopefully that changes, but this summer was definitely not the way to go about it.
We'll see. I hope we're all wrong. Maybe it does work out, but if it looks this rocky on paper, I don't have any reason to really believe that it's gonna change my thoughts at all. So, we'll see. They'll be interesting to watch though, regardless if they're good or if they're awful. They're gonna be interesting.
Oh, I'm gonna be tuning in, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
At least
if I
for the
see
first
Dylan
20
Brooks
games.
take too many shots, I might tune right back out.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ime is going to be allowing that.
We're gonna see Jock Londale take a lot of single minutes.
That's not a league pass team, bro. That's an illegal stream team.
I
want to watch them.
We need a lineup of Freddie, Reggie Bullock, Brooks, Jeff Green, and Jock Londale to see the floor.
That's a wild lineup.
They still got Boban too, don't they? I feel like
yeah, they do.
Yeah.
It's like a Tom Thibodeau type lineup, bro. Stan Van Gundy type lineup.
A Steve Clifford special.
Do not play the young guys.
No, for real. We'll see, man. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Just not all for the right reasons.
Yeah, I'm here for the drama. Here for the beef, man.
Definitely. But that being said, I think it is.
They've been traded. Yeah, they did rush the James Harden trade. I will say that they waited 10 games after he requested. They definitely rushed it. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit quick. But that being said, it might be time to move to the bottom of the Eastern Conference and get these predictions started.
I'm ready.
Pull the list up.
Let me pull up my random number generator once again.
I'm interested to see who you guys have at the bottom of the conference because I think there's a couple possible options.
I didn't think about it much. I thought it was clear cut, but I could see you guys having another team or two for sure. I think there's a couple of arguments to be made.
I thought 13 to 15 were clearly 13 to 15, but
interesting. Okay, we'll see.
I flip-flopped a little bit with like 12, 13. Yeah, the East was tough though. I'll say that. More difficult than most years. I feel like last year was a little more straightforward, but this year was tough.
Sure, there's a lot of potentially competitive teams out East this year, but my random number generator has given me number 2, so Reek, I'll let you start us off. Who's the worst team in the Eastern Conference this year?
I get to go first again. Wow. Okay. I don't even know how confident I feel because they definitely have like some offensive firepower, but I went with the Washington Wizards as the worst team. Went with the Wizards. A lot of turnover in that organization. A lot of guys are going to be getting minutes that haven't been there. Going to be relying on like this is a team that has been trying to be all in, so this might just be that year for them to be bad, and there's probably nothing wrong with that. Pretty sure they got their picks, so they probably gain a lot from being a bad team. But Jordan Poole, Kuzma, that's going to be a fun duo that's going to chuck up 30 shots apiece and probably put up a lot of points, but I don't think it's going to accumulate to a lot of wins. So I went with the Wizards at 15.
Wow. You don't believe in Poolsma?
No. No.
Yeah, me neither. I got him at 15.
I thought maybe somebody would have somebody else.
I think my 14 has an argument to be 15, but my only notes about it is like Kuz is good, but if you look at every team's number one option, Kuz is probably the worst. And it's like Poole, he'll probably score, but I don't know how efficient that'll be. And then outside of that, there's Tyus Jones, who I like, but this is his first time as a full-time starter. I think their first-round pick, Bilo, he'll probably take a little bit to develop. So I don't think he's going to be a guy who comes in and contributes super heavy right away. Denny is a promising spot, but overall, what they have versus what 14 other teams have, I'll take everybody else.
It's good for them though. Be bad. We want you guys to be bad.
They're off the mute list.
Yes. Definitely a year to be bad. And though I do think they're going to be bad, I don't think they're going to be the worst team in the conference. This is where I have the Detroit Pistons. I think the Pistons have a lot of talent. I hate the fit. I hate the fit of what they have right now. And long term, that's not a bad thing because a lot of these pieces will get moved on from, will get reshuffled around, they'll find their roles. But I think this year's going to be the last year of kind of figuring things out, figuring out who they want to keep, who they want to let go of, which guys fit where. When you consider the fact that they still have 4 bigs, when you consider the fact that Asar is now coming in with Ivy and Cade and how that trio works together, I think they have a lot to figure out. And I think towards the end of the season, they will start to look a lot better as they probably trade a guy or two and start to have guys figure out their roles. But I think it's going to take some time. So until they get there, I think things might be a little bit of tough sledding. They have some upside if Cade just really starts to put on some all-star caliber performances and Ivy takes another step, but a little bit too many question marks for me is how things will all go together. So I got them at the bottom.
Yeah, and it's maybe that can happen, but I got them at 14 for pretty much everything you just said. And I briefly thought about putting them at 15, but I think they'll be a little bit better than Washington. And I don't think it's like a big gap between them and like the playing teams. I think Detroit can still be pretty competitive, but this is not the year for them to make that type of jump that I think other young teams maybe be in a better position to do so. I do hope Cade can take that nice leap since he didn't really play much last season. Same thing for Ivy. But how does it all fit right now? I don't think it's set in stone for them to be that type of young team that we see take a big jump, which they could probably benefit another year being one of the worst teams in the league, just so they can maybe add another supporting piece, you know, whether it's a starting caliber guy, maybe it's somebody that's just off the bench in the future, but they could benefit from that. There's no pressure on them to be a playoff team right now. They're just bringing in Monty Williams. He's going to help these guys a lot, but let's not try and rush the process at all. Let's build it slowly, let Cade continue to grow. Jalen Duren looked really good during USA scrimmages. Jaden Ivey looked very good in his rookie season, expecting a big jump. Asar Thompson, let's see how he looks. It's fine. Nothing wrong with being bad, but I do got them at 14.
I guess I'm the odd one out here. I don't have those two as my bottom two. I guess you guys are sleeping on Detroit a little bit, man. 3-1-3 is big things are happening up there, bro. Like ever since Reek came to town, the energy is just different. So I can't see him being that bad. At number 14, I have the team who has mired a lot of controversy this offseason. I have Charlotte, and it's like looking at it, and I'm like, the last time Charlotte had Miles Bridges and LaMelo together, they were in the play-in. And I'm like, 14, that feels really low. But I'm not sold on this culture at all. The way that it seems like bad things keep happening around this team. Most recently, this like weird situation with Kai Jones, like that was really strange. And Miles Bridges coming back in after a whole year and not playing basketball. LaMelo Ball is really yet to put together a full healthy season. He's always missing time constantly. And Brandon Miller, top pick, very high ceiling, but I do think he probably would take a bit to get going. So you got to think you have to develop him as well. And just fitting all these pieces together, like, yeah, there's some talent there. Yeah, they had some bigs that look good, like a Mark Williams. Yeah, they have good guard play. Yeah, they have these guys around the roster that are, like, talented. But I like what I see from other teams more. And I guess when I say, like, 13 through 15 were pretty close for me, that's why I have Detroit at 13 a little bit higher. Because when I look at them versus Charlotte, I view Cade's injury as more of like he'll be fine. I think it was just he got hurt, but he'll come back full force. And so I'm more sold on him being around full time than LaMelo being around full time. And I really liked what I saw from Cade in limited showings last year. So if he can continue that, I know he's going to be impactful. And while the fit might not be great, like there's a lot of talent there. Jaden Ivey's very talented. Jalen Duren's very talented. And like Chad just mentioned, like Monty Williams, very talented coach. And if anybody can figure out how to run these guys together most effectively, I think it's him. And not that it's going to make them great. I've cooled off on them significantly from last year where I had them almost making a play-in push. I think they'll be a little bit better. I think they'll start to string together some wins, develop throughout the year, maybe put something together, a little stretch of wins towards the end of the year. Who knows? Maybe they'll be like, let's get the good pick. But I like a lot of what I see, and off of talent and coaching alone, I'm more confident in them than I am in Charlotte.
Interesting.
Definitely interesting. I do not have Charlotte this low, I will say that much, but we'll get to them later. 14 is where I have the Wizards for all the reasons you guys mentioned. I mean, they have some tantalizing pieces, some young pieces that I think will improve, which I think is why I have them over the Pistons between Denny Avdia taking the leap, Poole, Kuzma, what you see from Bilal as a rookie, what you see from Kispert, Daniel Gafford. There's a lot of guys that with a little bit more opportunity could take some steps here. Tyus Jones is another guy who's going to probably take another step as he finally gets to start. So there's enough pieces here that I think that they can do something. My 13 seed, this is where it just starts to become difficult for me. From 13 up, it's just a bit of a bloodbath as far as who's getting into the play-in tournament. This is where I have the Brooklyn Nets. a team that I like a lot of their pieces. I think their defense is going to be great. What does the offense look like? I really don't know. And depending on what lineups they run, what does their spacing look like? I also don't know, because if Ben Simmons and Nick Claxton are going to be key vocal points of this team, they're going to have to figure that out again, just like they were last year when they did start to figure it out eventually once Katie and Kyrie got them going on that winning streak. But there was a good 10, 15 game stretch at the start of the year where that offense just looked terrible because Nick Claxton and Ben Simmons, how does that work together? They're going to have that question again this year. And their defense is going to be great. McHale, I have a lot of faith in. Cam Johnson hopefully can take another leap. But what do they get outside of that? Is Spencer Dinwiddie going to have a great year? Is Ben Simmons going to take another leap? Do they see Tyrik Whitehead or Noah Clowney as their rookies start to have a good season? I don't know what else is there outside of that. So we'll see where that goes. But their defense, I don't think, is going to be enough to get them any higher than this. I have trust on the two-way ball of most of the teams ahead of them more than Brooklyn. So very, very competitive team. I think they're still very close to 500 in and around here. I don't think they're very far from the play-in. I don't think there's much of a gap between them and probably the 10 seed, but I do have them as the 13 seed.
I think to that last point, I think outside of maybe like the top 5, there might not be like a big separator between the 6 seed and the 13, maybe even the fucking 14 seed. Like this Eastern Conference on paper, given health and everything, on paper, it looks very, very strong, top to bottom. Like, definitely. It's tough. It's tough out there. A little higher on
Kool-Aid on them. I'm drinking major Kool-Aid on Brooklyn. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I'm a little higher on Brooklyn too. This is where I have the Charlotte Hornets at 13. I really like what they're building. Gabe kind of mentioned it, like LaMelo's health. I think that's something that has to be a question because it seems like somebody that's bound to miss time, whether it's an ankle, wrist injury. Like it's always a little bit of something with LaMelo. So hopefully, if we can get a fully healthy year out of LaMelo Ball, like 70 games out of LaMelo, this team's going to be they'll be competitive in comparison to what they were last year. I think they can make a play-in type push, but you got to kind of factor that in. Miles Bridges, I still think he'll be good, but he did miss a year of basketball. Might take him a little bit of time to get reinvigorated, get back to form, back to that 20-point per game, ascending type of offensive talent that he was. But I do like Mark Williams. That was one of my favorite guys from his draft class. Him getting more minutes directly correlated to them being a better defensive team. So hopefully that continues. I think he's going to continue to grow as a starting center in this league. I do also like their center rotation, like Nick Richards, very solid guy. I think Brandon Miller will be fine. They do got some wings though. Like they definitely got some things to kind of iron out. Gordon Hayward still being there, Terry Rozier still being there. Like they got some things to iron out, but there's a lot of talent there, and I think it does fit a little bit better in like a Detroit. They're obviously more talented than a Washington, so that's why I have them a little higher. Their ceiling, though, I think that they can be a playing team. Like they have that much talent. I respect LaMelo that much, but I don't know if it's all going to click this year. Just like health, all the question marks up with Miles, LaMelo. So yeah, but this East is so tough, man. Because if one of y'all had like them as a 10 seed, like I wouldn't be surprised. One of y'all had them, like Gabe had them at 14. Like not really that surprised. Like that's just how tough the East is.
Yeah, there's a lot of talented teams, and I think when the Hornets were a bit better a couple of years ago, the East probably had a couple more teams that were genuinely like bad. And now looking at it, like these teams at the bottom, even Washington, I'm like, yeah, they have some solid talent there. Everybody does. There's no team who I'm like, yeah, this is aggressive tanking. Like, some of the lineups that Portland was running when like Damian Lillard wasn't playing, and it's literally like Anthony Simons and 4 players that you've never heard of. I don't really see any team in this Eastern Conference running lineups like that. So, I'm looking at my 12, and I'm like, damn, the fall off is crazy. 12, I got Chicago.
Okay.
I don't even know if that's that crazy of a take, but I see a lot of teams getting better, and I see the Bulls just kind of staying the same. Like, I think they want to be competitive, but like, I don't see it. Like the way the team fits together, don't like it. The way they just overall like have been so up and down and rocky, and coaching is bad, and spacing is pretty bad, and like on defense you have like Caruso, but like outside of that, not sold on their deep. Like this team is just you. Like I think there's a good reason why Bulls fans are so low on what their team is doing, and I think there's 11 teams that are better. I'll just say that. Love some DeMar. Zach LaVine is cool.
Were they
But
in
I'm-
top half of the league defense last year? Or was that the year before?
They were last year. They might have
Yeah, I
been in
feel
the
like
top
this
10
was-
last year.
Yeah, the offense was just bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so you still haven't named Detroit yet, have you? Or did you name them at 13?
No, Detroit was 13.
Okay. Interesting.
I feel like my number 12 is it's probably no surprise. I felt this way the moment that Freddie left. It's the Toronto Raptors. It's
I'm with you.
the vibes are already low, man. The vibes are already low. I know some things were taken out of context on media day, but man, Raptors Twitter is already in disarray. It's a tough vibe season, man. We already got Jrue saying that everyone played selfish last year, and saying Siakam's got to earn an extension and he's a selfish player. And there's some bits that look worse out of context than they are, but there's only two guys that seemed positive at media day yesterday, and it was Gary Trent and it was Dennis Schroeder. And love for those guys, but if those are two guys that are positive, we're in trouble. There's just a whole lot of questions going into this season. I mean, if we're talking about the Raptors playing selfish last year, Gary Trent, OG, and Siakam are all got to get paid this year. There's going to be some guys chasing some numbers, so it's going to be a tough spot for the Raptors this year. The shooting's still a question. The depth is still a question. It's better, but it's still a question. There's a lot that needs to be figured out. The only bit of it's probably going to be helped by if Scotty Barnes has a big breakout season. And I don't think he has enough of a breakout season to make them any better than this. Please trade everyone. They're a 12 seed.
Yeah,
The Bulls and the Raptors are the same team.
they really are. Like they're
The Bulls are my 11 seed. Like there's, I
Yeah,
think
the
they're
Raptors are my
marginally
11.
better.
The Raptors are my 11 because I have a little bit more. I'm a Pascal truther.
Yeah. I have the Raptors at 12. None of us believe. So, like, is this a surprise? No, it's not. I'll go to 11 because we have enough Raptors talk and enough Raptors haters that don't like us. So, happy Raptor man. I have the Nets at 11. I love the pieces that they do have. They lost some shooting in the offseason. They brought in some guys, though, like Lonnie Walker. Cool. Extended Cam Johnson, Mikal. Full year, him being the number one guy. Full year of Jock Vaughn being the head coach. So I hope the offense, and I hope, like, chat's saying, like, they were very bad post KD and Kyrie trades. That is true. They did fall off from where they were. Kind of to be expected. You make drastic moves in the middle of the season. Is the offense going to be good enough, though, consistently this year? Got the questions of Ben Simmons. How's he going to fit in? Is he the point guard? Is he going to play forward? Like, how does it work? They're going to be running lineups where they might have two non-shooters on the court, which for only a select few teams in the NBA that can work. And I don't think Brooklyn is one of those teams just because they don't really have elite floor spacing at other positions consistently enough for me. But they're going to be fun. They're going to be exciting. If they made the play-in, I wouldn't be surprised. I just got them slightly on the outside looking in, but definitely a team I'm still going to be watching probably almost any night they're on TV.
Yeah, I don't hate that one bit. I mean, I think the Nets, the Raptors, and the Bulls are three very similar teams where they have some very intriguing pieces. They should be good defensively, but what do we actually get out of them? Probably a lot of mid, and that's just kind of where we're at right now. So
The Nets got heart, man. Come on.
they They got heart, and that's why they're in this conversation, because
Yes.
the quote-unquote talent is better on the Raptors and the Bulls. But the Nets, that defense and that heart, that's enough to put them in there.
That's why I think their defense could easily will them into the play-in because, I mean, who's scoring 100 points on this team night in, night out, man? Like, it's going to be tough, I'm going to be honest.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, bro.
I'm
like, there.
You even look
Brooklyn
at,
is running it,
their
bro.
backups, man, like, whether it's Royce O'Neal or it's Dorian Finney-Smith, I mean, you bring Dennis Smith Jr. in, who was all defensive caliber. Like, they just got dogs on the defensive side of the floor. But this is an offensive league these days, so you got to be able to score the ball. If they're like a top 15 offense, this might be a really good team. I just don't know if they're going to be even that good because you got Mikal. We know he's going to score the ball. Dinwiddie, his offensive production scoring the ball was not there when he got traded to Brooklyn. Good playmaker, but scoring the ball regressed. Maybe Cam Johnson takes a leap, but even then, is that going to be enough? Like
give me Lonnie Walker, bro. Come on.
I like Lonnie. I do. I like Lonnie Walker.
Give me Cam Thomas averaging 30 a game, bro. Come on.
All right. Stop. Stop. The Cam Thomas is like, that's just like it's almost like an illusion, bro. Like, we're just not going to see him get consistent minutes.
It's like Linsanity, bro.
It's like Linsanity. It's like Cam Reddish. Like, maybe Cams are just like kind of cursed, except for Cam Johnson. Like, it's bad. Like, Cam Thomas is not going to get consistent. He scored 40 points in like 3 straight games and still not giving consistent minutes. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't understand that. So has everybody given their 11?
I believe so.
Yeah, that was my 11.
All right. Playing time. This is where I'll go ahead and list a team that nobody's named yet. So I guess we're all agreeing that they're going to make that little push, that little jump into the play-in. I got Orlando right here at 10. We know what they bring to the table. Very solid young front court. Wendell, of course, at the center position. And then your 2 biggest pieces right now in Franz and Paolo. Then in the backcourt, you got a couple different guys. Of course, Markel's probably leading the show back there. But then you've got your Jalen Suggs, you've got your Cole Anthony, you got your Anthony Black. There's options there as far as who's that second starter, who comes off the bench, whatever that may be. But there is talent, a lot of talent there. And it's only going to continue to progress. They looked really promising last year, had a lot of really good moments. And I really only expect that to improve. And I think we've all talked about them at length on this podcast that we just expect them to only go up from where they are. There's a reason why nobody's named them yet.
Definitely. Like you say, CF Candy in chat, like, only issue is probably spacing. How good is their 3-point shooting? But outside of that, defense is great. The talent is there to get buckets outside of 3-point shooting. So definitely should be an improvement from them this year. But I got a different young team improving. This is where the Hornets finally fall for me. They are my 10 seed this year. And you guys brought up some valid concerns, and there was a lot of them. There's off-court issues. There's injury issues. There's a lot that could go wrong for Charlotte. And because of that, I wouldn't be shocked if they're a 13 seed or a 14 seed. There's every which way in which that's a reality. But I believe in this team enough. I believe enough in the fact that Mark Williams single-handedly, as soon as he was in the starting lineup, made them a top 10 defense last year. And the last time they were a playing team, their defense was terrible. It was solely based on the fact that they had a great offense. They should still have a good offense next year, but they should also have a top half defense if all things reign true. And Mark Williams continues to be the guy at the center position, which he damn well should be with Mason Plumlee finally out of town. Throw Miles Bridges back into the equation, even with missing 10 games and having to get back to speed. It's still an improvement over what they had on the wing last year. PJ Washington's still going to be in town to continue to play good defense alongside Mark Williams. And even if LaMelo misses time, you got the scoring of a Brandon Miller if you figure things out. You got the scoring of a Miles Bridges. You have the scoring of a Terry Rozier. You have some scoring from Gordon Hayward. They have enough guys that can carry the load on some nights that if they do miss time, they have some secondary options. So I think they're going to be okay on the offensive end. I trust enough in their defensive improvements, and most notably Mark Williams, that they're going to get the job done.
Yeah.
But there's also a world where they're just a 14 seed if all falls apart.
Given how like we talked about the Hornets like going into the deadline last year, I feel like since then you've been like very high on them, even like before the draft, and even though they didn't take Scoot like you wanted, like that's still a team that
I really trust what they got going on right now. I don't love their ceiling. Like I think they're probably a high end playing team as they're currently constructed. I think they're probably a guy or a big move away from getting any further than that. Maybe Brandon Miller's that guy. But until I see that, I think they're probably in this 11 to 7 seed range for a while, unless they make that type of step. But the fact that they now have a competent defense is the big thing for me, because I mean, we knew a couple of years ago they were getting 140 put up on them in the play-in, and PJ Washington was the only guy trying to defend. I feel like that's changed enough now that they can at least be decent on the defensive end to a point where they can be a relatively competitive team, even if they do get to a play-in tournament. We just have to see if the health holds up, and then if someone else can take that step so they can be more than this play-in team.
Yeah, they have a lot of range. A lot of range.
Yeah. And like as much like shit as we give Steve Clifford, when he has talent, like he's always in this range, like 500, and that's pretty much playing range to me. So
yeah,
you know, he's somebody, if he has good talent, like he'll definitely put out some light up second win games.
We've seen him do it before, so it's not too far out of the realm of possibility. It's just all those questions about like getting right back to where they were before that quickly, which while they did have those defensive improvements, so the argument is definitely very valid, but bringing in who was your second best player after a year away from basketball with a top 3 pick that you're trying to develop and fit into the big picture, there is a lot. And yeah, like talking in chat, the culture, like that was like my opening point when I put them at 14. It's like
it's valid.
Not strong at all.
Look,
if they might be worse than the sum of their parts.
If your vets are like Terry Rozier and like Kelly Oubre, like no shade to those guys, but those are still young dudes like trying to play the vet role, and it's just like not good. Like you got James Bouknight, who's nobody's even thinking of now, a top 10 pick. He had off-court issues. Kai Jones, off-court. Miles Bridges, off-court. Like, a lot. Like, the culture concerns, that's valid. That's valid.
So valid.
It's like the Rockets 2.0. They just didn't sign it. It's just not as bad front office work. It's just the players.
And who? I don't even know if they really have vets. Like, Gordon Hayward is probably their, like, oldest dude.
Probably the only guy. I don't really have vets anymore. I mean, Plumlee's gone. Yeah. At least he was a vet.
I mean, maybe Gordon Hayward's a super vocal locker room guy, but I mean, that's a tough task to ask him to be the lone vet. So that's why guys like Terry Rozier are like a vet on this team, quote unquote. So interesting. But like I said, like if they was as low as a 14, I wouldn't be surprised. If they was high as like a 9 or 10, maybe 8, even if they snuck into the play, I wouldn't be surprised. Like they probably have like the most flexibility of range out of the teams that we've mentioned so far. With that being said, my 10, CF Candy been talking about him in the chat. This is where I do have the Chicago Bulls. And it's not so much that I believe in like the talent or anything. It's just like I don't think the guys that they have are just bad enough to – they could obviously miss the play-in, but I just don't think that they will. Like, just with the way this team is constructed, unless DeMar just gets so much worse and Vooch just gets so much worse, which could happen. I just don't see it happening. I think defensively they'll be solid enough. They got the shot creators. I think Javon Carter's a nice Pat Bev replacement. And they're not going to have the Lonzo Ball, but they got guys that I think are sound enough at the guard spot. But not really a believer in this team in their future, but they'll probably be good enough to make the 10 seed.
It's time to get into team defense, I think. At the number 9 spot, this is a take. This is the take of all time. And this has the potential to age really well or really poorly. I will admit to you, this has the potential to age really poorly. But I'm going to buy into Brooklyn, bro. Listen, I know the roster was not playing very well at the end of last season, but they had a lot of stuff to figure out. The team completely overhauled the roster at the trade deadline. All these guys are now here trying to figure out new roles, new situation, and just not the same environment they came from. And like when they were a top-heavy team before, coming off of having Kyrie and Kevin Durant, yeah, the whole outlook of how the team operates, it's not going to be great day one. But now going into this season, I think you kind of have that chain of command. We know Mikhail's going to be your top guy on offense. That number 2 option is probably going to be Cam Johnson, and maybe not a great number 2 option, but I think he still has a lot of potential to be quite good. And then outside of that, like there is a lot of questions there. What's Dinwiddie going to be? What is Lonnie Walker your third best offensive player? And I will admit there are questions there. However, the defensive upside is just so incredibly insane. And for a young team, specifically a young team that plays really good defense, while the half-court offense might look a little rough, a team that can play defense like this Brooklyn team can play defense and just run in transition, that can get them pretty damn far. Now, if they get to the play-in, I think they're getting waxed. Let's not even acknowledge that part. Like if they get to the play-in, they're probably getting waxed. I have them at 9, pretty interchangeable with Orlando. I think like if you wanted to say slide them to 10, put Orlando at 9. Very open to that because honestly, the more I think about it, I might have Orlando coming out of that play-in game just because I'm more solid about the fit that they have and the way they'll play together and being a little bit more of a well-oiled machine on the offensive end. But as far as a regular season team goes, this Nets team has a lot that I'm excited to see. And the way Ben Simmons is talking, bro, you guys know I was an Aiton truther earlier in the episode. Talking about Ben Simmons, I haven't been a Ben truther, but he's kind of convinced me. And my first note when I was talking about the Brooklyn Nets was that I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I think he's finally ready to bounce back. He's such a talent. And I think now that he's in the situation where the expectations are not as high, it might benefit him. And especially when I say this team is going to be a defensive juggernaut, I do think he has the ability to do that.
You were a Nets truther last year as well, so very consistent. I like it. Brooklyn can definitely – they got a range. If their offense is pitiful, it's going to hurt them. But like I said, if they can just be average, that defense is good enough to win them a lot of games.
Their half-court offense is probably going to be bad. It's just running in transition that I think is going to just carry the team. Yeah. That's why I say it's like certain things work in the regular season and just don't translate to the playoffs. Like we were talking earlier with Charlotte, like they were able to win a lot of games and be above 500. And then they gave up 140 in the play-in because there was a clear weakness and it got exposed. If Brooklyn gets that far, that's going to get exposed. There's no way they're coming out of that play-in tournament. Yeah. But I think they can get there.
A lot of it definitely does rely on Ben. If Ben – I mean, obviously, if he got back to Philly form, that'd be amazing. But if he's like 80% of Philly, that's going to help them a lot on both ends of the floor, especially transition, like you guys mentioned. But it's a question mark. Yeah. I want to believe in Ben. I've been a Ben defender for basically his whole career. I really want to believe in him. I got to see it, though. The talk is nice, but same with DeAndre Ayton, I got to see it. I have to see it consistently night in, night out. So hopefully the back is fully healed. He's fully healthy. There's no strings attached. Hopefully he can just go out and play basketball, which we haven't seen him do in a couple of years. So I hope all the talk is real and it's not just smoke and mirrors like it has been for the last couple of years for him.
Yeah, let's hope, man. Let's hope. But Like you say, I just got to wait till we actually see it before I put that level of trust in him and in certain the Nets. But my number 9 is where I had the Atlanta Hawks. I feel like
No way.
until something else happens, these guys are just a lock it, forget it. They're in the play-in. I have them as the 9 seed, but they're probably going to make it out of the play-in because Trey will get you a game or two. It's just the way it's going to be. And until this changes or anything else happens with this roster, it's just the way it's going to be. There's just no way that they really get any better than this. The DeJounte Murray fit's still weird. Clint Capella's still in town. Hopefully AJ Griffin and Jalen Johnson step into the void of John Collins and have a good season this year. There's something to look forward to there. But I don't think that either of those two guys are going to be the piece that lifts them out of this team that's been middling or around or right at last year, 41-41, right in the middle of mediocrity. Hopefully a bit of a bounce back year from Trae Young. I mean, he was still great last year, but he'd like to be a little bit more efficient on the offensive end. Still going to be a good team. Probably get a couple of games in the first round, but there's just nothing that they've done this offseason that makes me believe in them any more than I did last year. If anything, I believe in them slightly less than I did to start last year. So put them in the playing game. They're going to be there, but I don't think we see much more than that.
Lower on Trey than I am. Okay. All right.
So you got them at the 9 just to be sure, because you said win a couple games in the first round.
Yeah, I do have them in the 9 seed. I think they'll probably get out of the play-in, but I do have them as the 9 seed.
Fair. Okay. Gabe mentioned them. I have Orlando. I'm bought in, man. You guys know I'm a big Markel guy. I was also a big Anthony Black guy coming out of the draft. I love Franz, love Paolo. I bought into the Wendell. I don't even want to say hype. The Wendell stock. I bought into that. Just a really this is a young team that I like how all the pieces fit together. You guys mentioned like the lack of spacing earlier. That might be the only like really big red flag. Gary Harris can shoot it though. Franz can knock down shots. Hopefully Paolo, I expect him to improve as a shooter. So they got guys. This is going to be a really fun team. They got Jett Howard too, drafted a shooter. So they got guys coming in that hopefully can help remedy some of those issues. And defensively, they've been really good since Jamal Mosley took over. This is a fun team. I would not be surprised if they made it into the top 8, like out of the play-in, because there's a lot of talent there that I think is ready to eat right now. Like not so much like Detroit where it's like they could use another year. I think Orlando is ready right now to make that massive, not even a massive leap, but like go from, a team that's not in the play-in to a team that can realistically make the first round of the playoffs and probably give a team hell in that first round. Even though the top 2 seeds that we probably expect in the East to be tough, they could probably match up really well and give them maybe a tough like 5-game series, honestly.
Yeah, this should be a really fun team. I have to ask though, CF Candy, as the leader of the Wendell fan club, why are we not convinced by Wendell? I have to ask. I'll address it when I get them off the board here. But yeah, Paolo was poor from 3 last year, but really it was dragged down by that month where he shot like 7% from 3. The rest of the year he shot about 34%, which for a rookie wing, that's more than fine. Like I'm not worried. I think they have enough. Like Wendell is arguably their most comfortable position for spacing, which at the center spot is a bit odd, but I mean, Franz is fine there. Paolo's going to get better. Gary Harris is good. I think they're fine. It's not great spacing, no doubt, but they should be fine there.
They could have worse issues for sure. They got their, even though Paolo's going in the year 2, it sounds crazy as hell. They got their go-to guy. They got their 1B in Franz, who's steadily getting better. I think another year of FIBA is going to just help his game. Markel is just a glue guy who's very sound playmaker, really good defender, can be like a third perimeter option if needed. Like he can score the ball too on some given nights. And then Wendell's another guy, unsung hero that just does a little bit of everything that you ask him to do. And there's just talent didn't even mention like Cole Anthony. What do you get from Jalen Suggs? Like they got guys. They got a lot of bodies that can play. So fun young team, but I think a young team that's going to be really good this year as well.
They got players, man. They got a lot of players, and I'm not mad at high placements for Orlando. Not mad.
Not at all.
Definitely not. But I'll bring us to number 8. As much as I hate their offseason, as pretty much everyone does, Jimmy Butler is still Jimmy Butler. And the 8 seed is where I had the Miami Heat. I don't think they're any better than that because it looked like they didn't want Kyle Lowry back, and he's got to be their starting point guard. Josh Richardson was the only notable addition they made. And now they're relying on the next additions of Max Strus and Gabe Vincent, those next guys that are ready to come up and be regular rotational guys. And they don't really have those guys at the guard spot right now. Those guys could be Himi Jaquez, who they just drafted. Could be Nikola Jovic, who was last year's first-round draft pick. Could be Haywood Highsmith, who I think is certain to become more of a rotational piece this year. But they're going to have to rely on some big jumps and on some guards that quite literally don't exist on this roster. I mean, they got Josh Richardson and they got Kyle Lowry. It's rough after that. So I trust in their defense and I trust in Jimmy. And if I can get more of what we saw in the finals from Bam, that'll help them too. But I just don't trust in the collective unit. I don't trust in the depth. They probably do better than an 8 seed again in the postseason just because they always find a way. But we know this is not a team, and specifically Jimmy Butler is not a guy who's going to go out there and play like he does in the playoffs in the regular season. They were in this type of seed last year for a reason. This team is worse, and this conference is better. I'd be stunned if they're better than an 8 seed.
How high will Orlando go?
Let them rise, man. Let them rise.
Let 'em rise.
I'll go ahead and knock my 8 seed out the way then. You mentioned it, man. Trae Young will get you a game. So I got the Hawks at 8. Not in love with the roster. I just found out today Wesley Matthews is on the team. I didn't know that was a thing. I guess Wesley Matthews is part of the Hawks. But I think addition by subtraction might help them out slightly because it was just like it was the worst kept secret in basketball. John Collins didn't want to be there, and the Hawks were always trying to trade him. Everybody knew it, and that was going on for like 2+ years, maybe even longer than that. And they got rid of him. Didn't get much in return, but it's like maybe it's addition by subtraction. Like you mentioned, Devin might give young guys more opportunity to play consistent minutes. Jalen Johnson, Adrian Griffin looked really good in the minutes that he got last year. Maybe it will help him. Maybe a full year under Quinn Snyder, who's a really good head coach, can help them as well. Even if like the DeJounte fit's not ideal, maybe Quinn can unlock something with this team offensively. But I can't put them much higher than an 8 seed. Like just because there's still so many questions. Like they're just kind of in a similar situation, but hopefully the vibes are better this year, and hopefully Trae Young can. Like you said, good year last year. Hopefully he can get back to shutting up those crazy narratives that I keep seeing on Twitter and TikTok every day that Trae Young's not good. Hopefully those get shut down because Trae Young's amazing. So got them as my 8 seed.
For as differently as we might have felt about Trae Young when we did our point guard rankings, we feel the exact same about Atlanta because I also have them at the number 8 spot. For as much shit as I give Trae, he is very high-level offensive production. And just out of that alone, his ability to carry an offense is going to take them decently far. I also liked a lot of the points about addition by subtraction with John Collins and his situation kind of being just a dark cloud looming over him. And that opening up minutes for other guys who want to be there, who might contribute just a little bit more towards winning, just like you said, addition by subtraction. And then really that coaching change was the other thing that I really liked that you brought up, because when it comes to establishing a star duo like that and 2 guys who might have some of those problems, like DeJounte, Trae Young, not a perfect fit on paper. Having bad coaching along with that was just not the right way to get them to mesh. But having a good coach in there now, he can maybe figure that out. And even with that, like I think regular season wise, they finished at 8 last year. So we essentially are predicting no change, but it might be an 8 that might have a little bit more room to grow versus where they were before, where it's like this John Collins trade rumors for 15 years straight just ain't doing it.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a great point, CF Candy, is like they didn't change much and the spacing's still a concern, but they still have enough talent. the talent is there, Trae Young is there, that they have enough to be able to go in and be in this range. It's just they're limited. They're definitely limited.
If they were any higher, Quinn Snyder needs to be coach of the year. Like if they were a top 6 seed, because it would take a major coaching job to make this team like more than a playing team.
But they'll get a game. They got 2 playoff games last year, but Boston was also like Boston had a really weird playoff run. Like the fact that it was 2 off of Boston, which is like Boston was facing elimination, like 5 times. Like they were just down in every series for some reason. So it is what it is. I don't want to discredit them too much for that. A win is a win.
And they won a road playing game, so they basically won 3 playoff games essentially.
Yeah, against that freaking team down in Florida who I got emo Jimmy in them at 7, bro. Like Devin kind of made the case. Yeah, they're gonna get in. They always get in. They find a way. They're not gonna miss the playoffs, and they're gonna be really scary once they get there. But like they're never good in the regular season. They had that 1 year where they were like the 1 seed. But outside of that, in this era of Heat basketball, they've always just been like mediocre in the regular season and then get to the playoffs and really turn it up. And I don't see that changing, especially not with their off season and them really being out there and not doing much to try and get that Dame trade done and then fumbling that. And now they're pretty much left with nothing. So only a downgrade, but they got to get in.
I mean, I got them at 7, so I don't got much more to say, bro. Like, Spo, Jimmy, and Bam, they're too good to probably miss the playoffs. But, man, if it was like a 9 seed, I wouldn't be that, like, surprised. Like, we were kind of in a similar boat last year. I think Dev was a lot low, maybe a little lower than me and Gabe were, but, like, still were. There were so many questions. There might be more this year than there were last year. Because last year was like the wing depth. It's just weird. Like, is it Caleb Martin? Caleb Martin ended up being good, especially like playoff time. But this year, you got guard questions. The wing depth is like relatively like the same. Maybe you hope a Jovic steps up, but I don't know. Pat Riley, NBA legend. At some point, you kind of gotta like stop relying on just hoping or trusting the Heat culture. Like we're gonna find ways to make a Max Strus a good NBA player or Haywood High. Like at some point, you kind of gotta stop that shit, and you gotta be real with what the rest of the fucking Eastern Conference is doing. Like Milwaukee being ultra aggressive, Boston being ultra aggressive. Even like the Knicks improving, the Cavs trying to improve. Josh Richardson. That's y'all's answer. Josh Richardson. You got to be real with yourself at some point, man. It was great that you guys made the finals last year as an 8 seed, but how are you going to capitalize on that? You get worse on paper, and maybe they find a way to be better. That would be the Miami Heat type of thing to do. But this is 2 off seasons in a row where we looked at this team. One time on the doorstep of being in the NBA Finals. The next offseason, just losing in the NBA Finals. And we all think they got worse going into the next season. Like, I don't know what.
He's about to catch allegations of living off reputation. Talking about Pat Riley.
Yeah. Kind of got that from, like, us last year. Like, we talked at, like, the trade deadline when they didn't do anything. Like, oh, you go get Kevin Love. Like, that's not, like – Jimmy and Bam, they've been too good of a duo. Like, I respect going and trying to get Kyle Lowry. It hasn't worked out. Kyle Lowry regressed really bad once he left Toronto. But I respect it. It was an aggressive move. They paid him a lot of money. I respect that. But since then, they haven't done anything to try and improve this team. They're just hoping for that internal improvement, which that's cool if you're a young team trying to build. This is a team that's made 2 finals in the last, like, 4 years. You're not a young team that's trying to improve. You're a team that has been in the dance. You made it to the finals. Where's that big move? The Bucks won a championship. They're still going out and getting Giannis, Damian Lillard. You try to get Dame, but obviously your trade package wasn't good enough. Like whatever you was not trying to offer was not swaying the Blazers. So
It's like what we talked about with Boston, honestly. Like the way it really just like kind of clicked in my head where when we were talking about that Boston trade, and it's like you've been right on the doorstep for all this time. And it's like, yeah, just make that risky move and buy in. And the Heat are not doing that. They're kind of resting on their laurels and saying, oh, yeah, it's going to end up working out this time. And Boston did the opposite. And even just tying the whole episode together almost, credit to them for doing so. And we'll talk about them again later.
Definitely, man. Definitely. It's going to be an interesting year for the Heat. Maybe they'd surprise us all again. I mean, it would be the way the Heat go about it, but I'm not exactly buying any stock going into this year. But a team I am buying stock in, Indiana Pacers. They're my 7 seed this year. They are indeed my 7 seed, and Gabe does not like who I have ahead of them clearly, but that is A-okay by me. Pacers are going to be a great team. I love the Bruce Brown addition. They finally figured out their power forward spot because last year they could not defend at the power forward spot to save their lives between Aaron Naismith, between Jalen Smith, between all the other dudes they had playing there. It was rough. Terry Taylor. It was rough. It was rough. So they've got that solved with Obi Toppin and Jarris Walker this year, and the Bruce Brown addition was great. Losing Buddy Hield, presumably, is going to hurt, especially with as good as Tyrese Halliburton was at finding him last year. The spacing and the three-point shooting he provides, I mean, that's just not something you can replace. He's second in the league the last 3 or 4 years in three-point shots made. That's just not something that can be replicated. I mean, only Curry is on the level of doing those types of numbers. So that's going to be something that they missed, but hopefully Ben Mathurin takes another step this year and they get some more production from the young guys off the bench between Andrew Nembhard, between Isaiah Jackson. There's a lot to like here. I think they should be involved in the play-in tournament. No doubt about it this year. I do have Orlando above them, and I'll talk about them in a moment, but Pacers are my 7 seed. I expect a much improved season from them this year. And considering the fact that we're really only a year and a half removed from trading Sabonis and a bit over a year removed from trading Malcolm Brogdon, the fact that we're already putting them in these conversations is a kudos to their development, a kudos to their front office, but also a sign to ownership that they should have let these guys be traded a long time ago because they could have been already better than they were with their Sabonis and Brogdon core if they actually just moved off of dudes a few years earlier.
Yeah. You want to go first, Gabe? You already gave your 7, right?
Orlando to the moon, bro. Oh my
Hey,
goodness. I hope it keeps going. I hope you have them like a 4.
This is nasty. This is definitely nasty agenda pushing, but I love it,
bro.
I'm a believer, man. What can I say? They were the first team I watched live. I'm a believer.
Listen,
fair.
Devin, if there's like, I'm not letting you beat the allegations of being a Magic fan. If I have to get shit for being a Clipper fan, I'm on to you, pal. I'm on to you.
Hey, what can I say? I just make my takes, hot or not.
The Raptors are dog. I understand if you have to jump ship for a little bit. I get it.
Will you watch more Magic games or Raptors games this year?
Probably Raptors.
Raptors.
I don't even know if the Magic will be number 2. There's a lot of teams I want to watch this year.
That's fair. Interesting.
Man. 6. We know who I got at 6, bro. Come on. The Indiana Pacers. Let's ride. Let's rock, bro. It's just good roster construction. Like, this is what team who I think has a lot of talent but can be greater than the sum of their parts. And the key to that is Tyrese Halliburton. He did get injured for a little bit last year, but I do think that he will be back. Kind of like what I was talking about with Cade, I think he'll be back full force. It's not really something I'm concerned about going forward. And while the Buddy Hield trade request going to hurt them a little bit in the short term, I do think it's going to allow for more of an explosion from Ben Mathurin as he presumably moves into that full-time starter role. And we know what he did as a scorer last year off the bench before he hit a bit of a rookie wall. If his sophomore season can just be a continuation of that, their backcourt looks really strong with one great playmaker, one great scorer. I think they can play off each other pretty well, having some dynamic there. And then the front court, they really loaded up. You mentioned some of it when you had him at 7, talking about adding in Jarris Walker, who I think can be a great glue guy, a player who was just touted as a winning guy for a team who's trying to go win coming out of Houston. Adding in Bruce Brown, a winning guy who just came off of a championship run where he was very impactful off the bench. Even bringing in an Obi Toppin who showed flashes on the Knicks last year. We knew he wasn't going to get the big opportunity there. And it's not like I expect him to break out and be some star player, but I do think he'll be very quality for them. If even moving on from that, we know what Miles Turner does. He's been a highly just touted trade prospect for years going to a contending team because his skill set's so unique and can contribute to just really interesting offensive basketball. And while he's not great, Jalen Smith as a backup big, I think, can be serviceable, and there's definitely been spots from him that I've liked. Even with their backup point guard position, Andrew Nembhard showed good flashes last year. So just top to bottom, there's a lot to like on this roster. I think it's very cohesive, and I think their coaching with Rick Carlisle is going to set them up for success too, because just recently he was coaching like young guys with Luka, him coming up, getting them to a certain position before Jason Kidd ended up taking over down there. But I think that he is able to take a team that's a bit young and allow them to go out and win some games. And so I think everything's just going to mesh together really nicely for them. The only thing I can hope for now is that whatever the return is for Buddy Hield, I hope there's something tangible there. Some picks would be cool, and that might be more of what you're looking at because he's probably going to more of a contender. But if you can get a tangible piece back, maybe like a backup wing, backup 2-3 type guy, I think that could really be like the final piece that really solidifies them going forward.
Yeah. Over like the last week with all the top teams that we thought would be a Buddy Hield suitor making moves, I wonder like if that opens the door for somebody else to maybe swoop in and take Buddy Hield. Maybe the Lakers, maybe, I don't know. Denver, would they have some? I don't know. Maybe some team could swoop in. We'll see. I also have Indy at 6. The Rick Carlisle point. This guy's a winning coach, man. The Pacers were really good last year when they were at full health, and that's with all the front court issues, mainly at the forward position that they dealt with. But when Tyrese was out there, they were a really good team. Rick Carlisle was a really good head coach, and he's going to get the most out of these guys. As long as everybody's healthy, mainly Tyrese Halliburton has to be healthy. Somebody that's dealt with injuries over, his young career. If they can get 65 to 70 games out of Tyrese, and it's not a crucial chunk of the season like he missed last year, this is a playoff lock for me, man. Like they're going to be in the dance, bro. Team is too talented offensively. Tyrese really gets the guys going. They improve their, drastic issues over the offseason. Like you mentioned, Devin, adding all of those guys in the front court. Even with the loss of Buddy Hield, still going to be a really good team, really good offensive team. I think they'll improve defensively as well. And, yeah, this was like the range that they were in last year before Tyrese missed a bunch of time. So I don't see any reason why they would be worse going into this season given a fully healthy year from their top guys.
Yeah, as long as Tyrese stays healthy, they should be more than fine to get back up here. I don't think there's much between where I have them at 7 and who I have at 6, and that's the Orlando Magic. I don't think there's going to be too much between them, but I do think Orlando are going to be the team that get to avoid the play-in tournament and do get that 6 seed. I'm just buying in on how good their defense is going to be and how much that's going to help in the regular season. I mean, you're talking about a starting lineup with Markelle, who's a great defender, Paolo, who looks like a good defender, Franz, who's a good defender, Wendell, who's a good defender, and then whether it's Suggs, Gary Harris, Anthony Black, they're all good defenders. They're just filled with good defenders on this roster. This is similar to the Nets with a team that we know that's going to be very good defensively, that I just trust way more on the offensive end. We know Paolo can score. We know Franz can get his own. We know Markelle can get to the bucket. We know Wendell is good for 15 a night. We'll see what we get from some of the other guys. Is Paolo an improved three-point shooter? Does Jet Howard get a big role and become really important for them because of potential spacing reasons? There's still some variables there and how much that spacing does impact their offense, but the pure talent on offense is there, and the guys on defense that can guard night in, night out, and then be such positive defenders, it's all there. And I don't see why that can't lead them to being in this conversation. What their upside is beyond this, can they get into those top 4 or 5 seeds? They probably need to improve their shooting and start to move off of some of this logjam in the backcourt. But they're still very young. I mean, like you guys mentioned earlier, Paolo's year 2, Franz is year 3. I mean, they're in no rush. They're ahead of schedule as it is, similar to the Pacers, just a year further down the line. They're still pretty early into this rebuild to already be in this position. So I expect a very good year from them. This is a team that played over 500 basketball once Markelle was back on the floor last year. Give them another year of improvement. Joe Ingles on the team, Jet Howard on the team, Anthony Black on the team. I only see reasons for them to be better heading into this year, and they should miss the play-in altogether.
I forgot about Joe Ingles. That's a good vet to have. Very good vet to have. Yeah. You're all in. You are all in on that.
I am all in.
That's the biggest Magic fan on the platform, bro.
Yeah, I will claim to be the biggest Wendell fan, but I will not claim anything bigger.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Is it top 5 time now?
It is top 5 time. It is top 5. What order we will see, but everyone's got the same top 5 teams.
Yeah, my 3 through 5 has been fluctuating like big time.
I'm pretty set. I'm not really fluctuating. I'm standing pretty like firm on my placements here.
Get us sorted there.
I got Philly at 5.
Okay.
I think that was another one. That take and my Brooklyn takes, maybe my Chicago take were my biggest, like, this could look really terrible in the future takes. But, yeah, I think Philly has a pretty significant drop-off, and really not that significant. I think they were the 3 seed last year, so only like a 2 seed drop. But they're going to be good because they have Joel Embiid. When you have somebody on your roster of that caliber who's genuinely like top 5 in the league, it's very rare that a team is going to be that poor. You see it rarely, like when the Warriors with Steph were like a 7-8 seed loss in the play-in, or like Luka last year with the Mavs and their situation. But more times than not, you have a player of that caliber, a solid cast around them, they're going to be pretty good. I just really don't like the place they're at right now with this James Harden situation and not having that figured out before the season starts. Still not even sure what's going to end up happening with that. If he's there, not going to be full force. We know how James Harden is when he doesn't want to be there anymore. And if he is there, or if he's not there, rather, that's a really big hole in the team. And there's no return for it because he's still on the roster. You haven't figured out this trade situation. Beyond that, Tyrese Maxey can make a jump, but I think he already showed a lot of great things last year. And I don't think any jump he makes this year is enough to supplement the loss of a Harden or a Harden-level production. Tobias Harris, I've never sold on stepping up big time. He's just been consistently what he is. And outside of that, like, I like Anthony Melton off the bench, but this team is just not in a great place. And having to deal with this kind of turmoil and this big, like, dark cloud hanging over them at the same time as a coaching change means there's just going to be a lot of things that are inconsistent with this team, because you're probably implementing this Nick Nurse system, and then you make a James Harden trade halfway through this season, and now all of a sudden the team looks completely different again in this first year with a new coach. It's just not a good time for them. I don't think this is their year to go far. It's looking kind of grim. But even with all that said, I still have it as a top 5 seed off talent alone.
I'm right there with you. I don't think there's much discrepancy between where they'll be at and where the 4 seed is at, and potentially even where the 3 seed is at. Just because, like you say, there is so much talent on this roster. The biggest question mark is just what happens with Harden. Now, it does sound like he's supposed to be reporting to camp tomorrow morning. That's at least what's been indicated to the media. So we'll comment on that when it actually happens, but it sounds like he will actually be reporting tomorrow. But that's just the biggest question mark. But regardless of that, Embiid is that good. Maxey is that good. Their defense with Embiid, with PJ Tucker, with DeAnthony Melton is still going to be really good. So I just find it really hard to imagine they're any worse than this. There's no way Embiid lets them be worse than this unless injury concerns become a problem, but that hasn't seemed to be as much of a concern over the last few years. So I still believe this is going to be one of the top 5 teams in the East comfortably. I think there's a discernible win gap here between 5 and 6. I think this is a clear divide in the rest of the conference, and Clearly, that's shown by the fact that we all have the same 5 teams as the top 5 in this Eastern Conference, but that the Harden concern's just too much. I struggle to put them any higher than the 5 seed, but like you said earlier, Gabe, if all goes well, sure, they could end up being a much better team than this, and they could end up being a lot better than expected.
I definitely feel y'all. I'm with CFK though. I think Maxey, Embiid, and still got Tobias Harris, PJ Tucker still there. You add in the Kelly Oubre. I think there's still a little bit too much talent for me to see. I mean, but I do agree though. Like, I don't think there's like a big gap between 3 through 5. Like, if all these teams had like a game between them, I would not be surprised at all. Like, there's not really that big of a gap. Obviously, the James Harden situation makes it why it's that way. But I still think Philly, they're still a top 4 seed in my book. I got the Cavs at 5. I got Cleveland at 5. Yeah, I don't know. I do like the moves that they made in the offseason. I'm not going to say that I didn't like the Jrue signing. Not a big Georges Niang guy, but I think he's better than what they have been running with from times. I just think there could be a time where things might get a little bit questionable, and we've talked about it all throughout the offseason. You know, the Allen Mobley dynamic. I'm even looking at like a JB Bickerstaff. How does he respond with how the playoffs ended last year? You know, is it going to affect the way he coaches? Is he going to try and do too much outside of the box where there's lineup changes, philosophy changes? Like, how is that going to affect them? The Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland dynamic, year 2, how are they going to look? They looked really good during the regular season last year. Maybe teams will more so catch on to that this year, especially with the concerns that they had in the playoffs. I want to see a Mobley jump. CF saying in the chat offensively, I want to see that too. I also want to see him be able to, you know, hold his own a little more at the center position, because I think that can help unlock this team, but I don't know if that's what's going to happen this year. So I definitely still have some questions, but I think they'll still be better prepared for the playoffs next year. But I like what a couple teams have done this offseason ahead of what they have done. And the playoffs was just a little concerning. They'll still be a really good regular season team. If they're as high as a 3 seed, not surprised at all, because there's not a big gap between them, Philly, or the Knicks. Like, they're all really in that same tier of teams. But I got them at 5.
Can't be too mad. Like you said, very similar tier, and that's my 3 through 5 as well. At 4 is where I have New York basketball. I think this is a team that easily plays above the sum of its parts. I think when you look at this team on paper, you're like, Philly's probably better. A lot of teams might look a little bit better, but we saw what they did last year. Jalen Brunson being their consistent Mr. Reliable number 1 option. I think that only continues because while it was a bit of a surprise breakout, definitely by the end of the season, into the postseason, he was receiving the defensive attention of a number 1 guy, and he was still succeeding even among that, taking that first-round series comfortably and even being decently competitive with Miami in that second round. Going off of that, just the rest of the roster from top to bottom, we know, especially in the regular season, Julius Randle's probably going to bring it. RJ Barrett, who knows? He's always going to be a bit rocky up and down, but they were good even regardless of that last year. They add in guys like a full season of Josh Hart. They add in Dante DiVincenzo, really getting that Villanova chemistry up. Those guys, even though they're a bit newer to the roster, they already know how to play together with the main facilitator on the team. And then at the bigs, I mean, I like what I see. While they're not the biggest names on paper, they were able to outplay some really good big men in the playoffs. And if they can keep that momentum going and really continue to excel in areas just rebounding and defense, I think the rest will really figure itself out. This team's going to be a defensive juggernaut in the regular season once again. And that offense led by Jalen Brunson is just going to keep being steady and keep being solid. The only real loss for this team was Obi Toppin, who I'm not that moved by. Like I was saying, mixed with the additions of a Dante DiVincenzo, you can see guys keep stepping up more, like a Quentin Grimes, or like I said, full season of Josh Hart. They're just only on the up, or at the very least staying consistent. And where they were as a 5 seed last year, I don't think it's that difficult to see them this high.
Yeah, this is where I have them as well. And there's a discerning point between them and the 76ers. I think the 76ers talent on the top end is better, and I think they're a better postseason team. But the Knicks are built for the regular season. Brunson, although also a great playoff player, great in the regular season. Julius Randle is great in the regular season. And they have the type of depth that is so high end that just makes sure they're consistently good night in, night out, despite injuries, despite any struggles. They have so many guys who can go in and get you a bucket, whether it's from a top end standpoint with Brunson and Randall or even Barrett having big nights sometimes. And then you have two good centers who can be serviceable starters on any given night. You have Quickly, who's one of the best bench scorers in the league. Josh Hart added to that equation. Dante added to that equation. The continued development of Quentin Grimes. Like, they have 8 or 9 guys who are really good rotational players. Service that with the fact that they have 2 really good scorers, one at the guard position and one in the wing position in the regular season. And it's hard to knock them in the regular season. I think they're going to be one of the best teams in the East throughout the regular season. And the caveat is so strong there because we just know what happens to this team, and most specifically Julius Randle in the postseason. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the 76ers have more playoff success there. If this is a potential playoff series matchup, I'm taking the 76ers as of right now if I had to pick one today. But who's built for the regular season? It's got to be the Knicks, because Julius Randle is an all-NBA caliber guy in the regular season. And the fact that he's being paired with Brunson and as good of a depth they have is too much for me to disregard.
CF Candy a Bulls fan?
This fan has to be the biggest Bulls fan on the. I'm not sold on the Bulls like at all. I just left it in the comments. Like I just don't like their offensive fit at all, and that's kind of why my main point when I was talking about Brooklyn and not liking their offense but liking their defense a lot was that they're this young team that I think can really get after it in transition and score a lot of points that way, mixed with like the shot creation of like a McHale and all that. But when I look at Chicago, it's like they're not really that young. Like, it's a lot of older guys on the team. You know, DeMar, even Zach has been around for a while at this point. Vooch, they're not going to be, run and gun like that. They don't really have a true playmaker. The best playmaker is probably DeRozan, but you want him as your primary scorer, not your primary playmaker. I still don't think I love the fit of him and Zach next to each other, even if it's been serviceable. Like, DeRozan taking up that mid-range area versus like Zach being like a 3-point. It's just like, I don't know, for a guy as athletic as Zach LaVine, having the next best player next to you in DeRozan not be able to be on the 3-point line where he can like slash most effectively. Not sure if I love that. Vooch is probably only going to keep regressing because Father Time catches up to everybody, and we know he's taken a step back since coming to Chicago. And it's like, yeah, they might have good defense at the point guard position, but at the point guard position, what I really value most is going to be shooting and playmaking, and they don't have that ability.
Yeah, I think that's like the big difference between the Knicks and the Bulls. Like, and it's like the Bulls have like, I mean, not the Bulls, the Knicks, like we know what their offensive identity is. You mentioned like the fit about LaVine and DeRozan. I feel like really since they've been together, it's always like, well, who's really the guy? And do we still have an answer? It's probably LaVine now, but I feel like it took a while to get to that point, right? And, even like Vooch has the offensive capabilities, Billy Donovan's not, right? Like Billy Donovan, even though Tibbs has shown us all like reasons to not always believe in him, I feel like we all believe in him more than Billy Donovan. Like Billy has not shown anything.
That's my main thing is like, yeah, you can say in theory they have the pieces and even the ability just because there is some talent on the roster, but there's talent on every roster. And I don't think it's going to be utilized well because Billy Donovan is not a good coach.
Yeah. Enough Bulls talk, though. 4 seed, this is where I have the 76ers. I kind of mentioned Embiid's, as long as Embiid's on the court, just Harden missed time last year, and from the games I watched, it wasn't really that much of a difference because Embiid is so good. Maxi's so good. Adding a new coach, how does that work? Nick Nurse has had some good teams. Definitely want to think outside the box. We'll see how it works. I don't think it's going to hinder them too much in the regular season, though. So I think that'll be a home court advantage team. When we get to the playoffs, who knows? The James Harden situation, yeah, I saw the report, too, that he's going to report. But we know James Harden. That brother, he's gonna be there, but the lights ain't Like the lights is gonna be on, but nobody's home. Like he's not checked in. He ain't checked in. So, we'll see how that saga plays out. If he gets moved, what's the return? That's why I agree with you, Devin. Like this is a team that's definitely more suited for the playoffs. But I still think like Embiid's too good to let this team not be like, because even like the Ben Simmons year when he wasn't playing, this team was still really damn good before the James Harden trade, and they got better after adding James Harden. But having Embiid as long as he's on the court, only getting better as a basketball player, he's too good to let this team fall off too much.
So you got New York basketball at 3?
I had to have one hot take. I'm bought in, man. I'm really bought in. The identity is there. They got their go-to guy in Jalen Brunson. I'm expecting an all-star, all-NBA caliber season out of him. He had that last year, but I think it's going to be even better, even more assertive. And I think from day one, people are going to really recognize how good Jalen Brunson is. It's not going to be a question mark. And then I'm a Dante DiVincenzo guy, man. I really like what he did with the Warriors last year, and I think he's just another plug-and-play guy that's going to come in one night. He can just lock up on defense, grab some rebounds. Other nights, he might hit like 4 or 5 threes and be a really good offensive piece. The versatility of him, Josh Hart, Emmanuel Quickley off the bench, Jalen Brunson. I like RJ's mentality. He was talking in his presser. People forget this is a number 3 overall pick, somebody that's making, rookie max extension type of money. He was basically saying, like, if I have to come off the bench, that's fine. Like, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. I love that mentality. Like, that is not something that you see a lot from young dudes. And that's, like, a very, like, bright sign from him. And regular season Julius Randle is still really good. The playoff woes, they're there for sure. But the regular season, this man puts up very good numbers. And he contributes to, at least last season with Brunson winning basketball. So, and their big rotation, Hartenstein, Mitchell Robinson, more than solid enough. They didn't lose much in the offseason. Their spacing might be a little bit of a concern, but I think Quentin Grimes is a good enough three-point shooter. If Josh Hart can replicate what he did after he got traded, that's another guy that can knock down shots. Brunson's improved. Dante DiVincenzo shot well last season. So they got guys that can knock down threes quickly. Like, they got guys that can hit shots. So I don't think the spacing is as big of a concern. Regular season-wise, playoffs, we might see it, but I think regular season, they'll shoot the ball just fine. So I'm bought in on Knicks basketball, man. I'm excited for their year.
I like it.
Definitely. I think for the regular season, that's a very good buy-in. But my biggest buy-in of these 3 teams in the East is the Cleveland Cavaliers. And even though I was critical of some of their moves earlier in the offseason, I don't know how much it changes things for them on the macro scale to the postseason. In the regular season, I'm bought in. This was a team that was number 1 in the league in defensive rating last year, number 2 in the league in net rating, and still only won 51 games. And I say only with 51 games like it's a small total, but those are typically the types of numbers you would see for teams with bigger win totals. And pretty much all the analytics back that on the fact that they should have won more games last year, that they should have had more success than they did last year. And I don't see why that doesn't get replicated. They're still going to have Mobley and Jared Allen anchoring their defense. They should still be one of, if not the best defensive team in the league again this season, probably right up there alongside the Celtics and potentially the Grizzlies. Add in the fact that they actually have a few guys who can space the floor at the 3 spot and at the 4 spot off the bench now between Niang and Max Strus. Their offense shouldn't have as many lulls throughout the season, but Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland as a backcourt is enough of itself on the offensive end, and we saw that last year and how dynamic they could be. We saw the scoring outburst from Donovan Mitchell. I mean, this guy's going out and dropping 70. Those 2 guys is enough, but let's hope that they get more from Mobley this year, and I think they will. I don't expect a massive leap, but I think we'll see continued more development from him. I think we'll see Jared Allen have a bit more of a bounce back year to get more, not fully to where he was in his all-star season, but a little bit better than he was last year. And ultimately, this good of a defense is always going to be a very good regular season team. I still have question marks about how well their spacing and their offense will transition to the postseason, but this defense is going to be one of the best in the league, and their offense is still going to be very good thanks to Garland and Donovan Mitchell. There's an argument that they're closer in win total, not necessarily in how good they are, but at least in win total to the Celtics and the Bucks next year, in my opinion, than they are to the Knicks and the 76ers.
I like it. I got him at 3 as well. I don't know. It's a compelling argument because when you make that regular stinks and playoff distinction, it is like I don't think Cleveland is as good as the Bucks and the Celtics, but as far as winning regular season games, can they be as good versus everybody else? I think they have the potential to do that. Like you mentioned, with them being one of the top defenses in the league last year, even beyond external improvements, just looking at internal improvements, that was Evan Mobley in year 2. You think he only continues to progress into year 3? Darius Garland at the same time is only 23 years old. Like, he hasn't reached his ceiling yet. And, I mean, Donovan Mitchell had his best season last year, but I don't see why he doesn't at least replicate that. I don't see it going up, but him having a through line is not a problem at all. One of the best at his position in the league. They look really good. They look really touted to continue growing. And the fact that they were able to be as good as they are, locking up a 4 seed last year, in the very first year of the Mitchell era, for lack of a better term, still very young. That was their first time even making the postseason as a team in this era. Year 2 to say they're a 3 seed, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all, especially when you mix that top defense with a superstar level player, with a good facilitator. They're not really missing a lot, and adding in those shooters, like you said, is going to end up being that next level for them, being able to get into a situation where, okay, we might not need to have all the defensive guys out here right now, but let's put one of Allen and Mobley on the bench, bring in one of these shooting guys, and I mean, one of Struce probably starts, I think, but let's bring in Georges Niang. Now we have 4 shooters on the court and one guy just playing in the middle as the big man. Automatically opens up your offense a little bit more and takes your game to the next level.
Yeah, that's the one thing like the Nets don't really have is like multiple dynamic shot creating, playmaking type guys. And that's like the big difference because the Nets defense is really good. We know the Cavs defense is one of the best in the league, but they got 2 guys that can get after it. Like, didn't Darius Garland have like a 50-point game last year that just got forgot about because it was so early in the season? Like,
Yeah.
So elite, and he still had a really good year, even though he wasn't an all-star like the year before. And then Donovan Mitchell, we know who he is. Like, they got 2 super elite offensive talents. And the big rotation, like, they can still lock up on defense. Like, even though the playoffs got rough, like, regular season-wise, they are those guys on that side of the floor for sure.
So who's better then, the Celtics or the Bucks?
I got Boston at 2.
I got Boston at 2 as well.
Right there with you guys.
How do I say
3
this?
hours of suspense for that?
Yeah. I guess like my main reason is like the Bucks have more, I think, quality depth right now. Like guys that they can just trust like off their bench. Whether it's, I'm assuming Pat Connaughton probably starts, or maybe it's Malik. I don't know. One of those guys is starting, but one of them's coming off the bench. Bobby Portis off the bench. No Sports Center. He's not starting at the 3. He's coming off the bench. Yeah, whether it's Malik Beasley, Pat Connaughton, they still got quality guys off of that bench that have played playoff basketball. I think Malik Beasley will be better than he was in LA. Jay Crowder too. I forgot to mention him. Like they got a lot of quality guys off that bench. Even though they got a first-year coach, I feel like first-year coaches usually, when they have talented teams, usually perform really well. I think Adrian Griffin, he's been in the league as a player, been in the system for a long time. I think he's really going to unlock something in this team. And then Dame and Giannis, those are 2 guys that are superstar guys that play 110% every time they're on the floor. They're going to win a lot of games just off of that. Their defense is still going to be really good. Even though I have a little bit of concerns about like backcourt defense, but that's not really too much of a concern in the Eastern Conference when it comes to the top teams. But man, Giannis and Dame every single night, they're going to be out there trying to put up 50 each. Like they're just that dominant of regular season players. So they're going to win a lot of games. And there's going to be an incentive to get home court advantage, like how I said last year, while I thought the Bucks would be pushing for that 1 seed as well, because having to play a Game 7 in Boston compared to having to play at home in Milwaukee, big time difference. So, yeah, those two teams, I wouldn't be surprised if like both of those teams won like 58 plus. Like that's just how much the talent is there.
Absolutely.
I didn't want to say 60 because 60 is a lot.
Yeah, I'm right there with most of your points when it comes to like the difference between the two. Like, kind of going with that, they play 110%. Like, I think they're prone to just missing less time overall. Like, we saw, like, Dame missed time, like, the very end of last season, but I think it even got, like, revealed that he wasn't even trying to miss those games. Like, they kind of forced him to. And Giannis, like, he's usually there. He's historically very available.
Yeah, he missed a decent stretch last year, but it was, like, right when Chris Middleton came back, I think. Like, so
yeah,
they could afford it at that time.
Looking at Boston, and their top two guys are usually around too, but I think the guys around them, really it's like Middleton might miss some for the Bucks side, but then Porzingis is a question, and then like Jrue Holiday is getting a little bit up there in age. Same thing with like an Al Horford. So I mean, there's guys on both rosters, but I think the Bucks have a little bit more of a through line with that, and are just more equipped to be good off the bat because they made their like one big trade now, bringing in Lillard, whereas the Celtics was also, I don't want to say a complete roster overhaul because it's the same two core guys, but we can't act like this team dynamic is not going to be significantly different than where it was a year ago.
Yeah, for sure. I think the other thing that puts the Bucks over the edge in the regular season for me as well is both of these teams have a lot of new fresh faces and a lot of extra incentive to compete in the regular season after all the trades they made. But the Bucks being ousted in the first round the way they did and having a new head coach, it's got to be an extra desire to want to come back in the next regular season and just make sure you solidify yourself as the best team in the East. Now that might only last so long. That might wane out throughout the course of an 82-game season. But if I know Giannis, there's no way this guy's not coming in ready to go after getting knocked out the way he did. Now he's got his head coach that he approved and wanted in Adrian Griffin. These guys have got to be coming out ready to go day one. And like you said, Reek, Dame and Giannis are giving it 110% every night. There's not going to be any give up from these guys at any point in time throughout the season. So barring any freak injury, these guys are going to be giving it every night, and I expect a lot of motivation from them to want to be the 1 seed.
I also just heard Joe Mazzulla tell JJ Redick, like, last season he really wanted to get the 1 seed, and just the way he said it, I feel like he's not going to be as pushy to push for the 1 seed as much. Because them and the Bucks were, like, fighting for it all year. And sometimes that stuff has, like, a residual effect, man, once you get to the playoffs, because you've been playing your guys every single night because it's a close race. And then that's how you get knocked out in the first round by a Miami Heat. And the Hawks take you to 6 games because guys been pushing all year. Like we saw the Warriors when they pushed for 73. Those guys were playing every single night in the regular season, and bodies ended up breaking down when they were most needed. So, maybe Mazzulla in his second year is not as motivated to push for a 60-win season or something like that. But talent-wise, these two teams are, like, good enough to win a lot of games, even if guys, like, miss time.
My worst predictions are cooked. Thinking about, like, I feel like my top 2, like, MVP picks were going to be, like, we might have already done it on here, but I had Giannis taking it back.
I think you said
Giannis. Now I'm like, Dame on the team.
I wanted to push Jrue.
I don't know if he's going to get that anymore. And, yeah, Tatum, too. It's like –
yeah.
And I think it affects him a little bit less, but still, they strengthen the roster a lot. So it's like, will he get that nod? So that's kind of cool. I think my most improved pick was, like, Trey Murphy, and he's, like, injured.
Good thing we haven't made the official stream for it yet.
I might pick, like, Devin Vassell for most improved. Why not? His numbers are already pretty good. Pick. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not, like, I really haven't given awards, like, too much thought right now because, especially since, like you said, Gabe, like, the league just got shook up pretty significantly. So I don't know.
What's to improve? DeAndre Ayton? I don't know. Just like it might just be me.
Ayton most improved. Are we getting back into that conversation? We just had that a couple weeks ago.
For Ayton to be most improved, it legitimately have to be like 25 and 12, bro. Because
just because he's been a 20 and 12 guy already.
Right. His raw numbers are a little bit too high.
Yeah, it'd be really tough. I don't like as much as they are a rebuilding team. There's a lot of guys that are gonna get touches there that are young, so I don't think he gets that level of touches.
Paying Pritchard for 6 man. I don't know.
They're gonna need him, bro. Boston's they'll find a way to strengthen it over the course of the season, or somebody will break out. I think it'll be fine by April. I'm just worried about it in October.
Yeah, I think they're in a weird spot because they have the picks to get guys, but if they don't really have any way to match salaries, because outside of their core six, their next highest paid guy is Peyton Pritchard at 4 point something, and everyone else is making 2 or less.
Yeah.
So they're in a weird spot for that.
They're bringing in vet minimum or buyout guys.
I don't even think they'll qualify for the buyout.
Yeah, market. I'm not sure if they're over the second apron or not. If they are, then they're screwed.
They gotta be, bro. That is literally like basically 4 max contracts.
Buyout guys were Kevin Love. Say what you will, he helped out Miami last year.
No, he definitely did, but yeah, I'm sure Brad's definitely gonna have to make another move.
We know he's.
I'm not gonna say definitely. I'm not gonna say definitely, but definitely a chance that he does, just because I think Peyton Pritchard will be fine, but outside of that, it's like Sam Hauser's having a bigger role. Cornette, even though he was cool when he got minutes last year, but you know, if Porzingis misses time, he's getting a lot more minutes. If Al misses time, then it's like Steve Mikhailuk you just brought in like a couple weeks ago. O'Shea Brissett just got signed like a month ago. Not even that. You know, is it the Jordan Walsh, Lamar Stevens? Like there's bodies, but if none of those guys really prove themselves outside of Peyton Pritchard, he's always ready to play, even if he's getting 5 minutes, he's ready for those 5 minutes. Outside of like, if those other guys don't really assert themselves, there's definitely going to be another move to be made. Now, I have no idea what that looks like, but we're a long ways away from like the trade deadline. So I'm sure that's the time where we'll see who's available, who's reasonable for this team to pick up. But yeah, I saw a tweet that was like, Peyton Pritchard literally requested a trade. He's lasted longer than like Kyrie, Terry Rozier, Kemba, all these guards smart, like Brogdon, and it's like Peyton Pritchard is still here.
Celtics legend.
Wanted him, man. Nobody wanted him. That's what I think about guys who are on the trade market and just never get traded. There's 2 routes. There's OG Anunoby, where the team values him way too high. Or there's what I'm going to say is what I think was John Collins for a long time is ain't nobody want him.
Yes.
Yeah, which definitely was the case given the fact that they got nothing back for him. I mean, they got a 2nd-round pick in Rudy Gay.
And Rudy Gay is not even on the team anymore.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing there. But yeah, the Celtics are barely over the second apron. They're about $2.5 million over, so they probably could find their way under it if they wanted to let go of a couple of guys, but they're in a tight spot there. They're one of 9 teams that are over the apron, so there's the only quote-unquote contender that I believe that is under it is the Lakers, and they're quite literally like $1,000 under it. Outside of that, the next best teams are like the Cavs, the Knicks, the Grizzlies.
I feel like the Lakers spent like $10 billion this offseason, bro. Like,
yeah, I mean, the Lakers are only spending like $3 million less than the Celtics, but that $3 million less is the difference.
Jesus. I guess when you think about it, it's like Ron and AD have big contracts, but I don't even think their contracts are like super max type of contracts, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, because especially LeBron, he always signs like 2-year player options.
Yeah.
So his deals are usually short term. So he doesn't. Yeah, it's not like super max.
Yeah, and they don't have like that really highly paid third guy either. Like the Bucks have Middleton. And the
Middleton does have a big contract.
Celtics
Is he lagging? Am I lagging or is Devin?
Nah,
Staps or Jrue
he's
Holiday
lagging
now,
too.
whereas the Lakers, like, they don't have a third guy over 20 mil. Fourth guy, they're paying a bunch of money too.
Yeah. And they got away with paying Austin Reeves a cheaper amount than what we expected to, so that definitely helped.
For sure.
Yeah. I guess shout out Rob Pelinka, I guess.
He sold his soul, bro. He literally went from like the most crucified GM for making the Russ trade that they're genuinely building one of the best rosters in basketball.
I saw a tweet and it was essentially like who's the worst one here, but it was like one gotta go. It was Pelinka, it was Pat Riley, Brad Stevens, Danny Ainge, and I'm like, at this, like right now, it has to be Pat Riley.
Right
Like,
now,
Right now.
Yes. Like,
if I had to rank them right now, like over like the past 12, only taking the last 12 months or so into account,
yeah,
I'm probably ranking them like Rob. I'll give Brad over Ainge, even though I've liked what Ainge has done, but Brad has just been so aggressive with putting them in contention. But then definitely Ainge for the amount of assets he got for Utah's rebuild, and easily Pat Riley at the bottom.
I think there's a big gap between Pat and whoever you have at 3.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
And that's no disrespect. Like Pat Riley's he's a legend, both as a coach.
Celtics Shaq.
Look, you can't just get away with just throwing your rings on the table anymore, man. Like you got to make moves, bro.
Bro, he's like the GM version of this.
Wasn't he asleep at the trade deadline?
It's about to be Freddie with the Rockets in 1 year, showing us 1 ring.
Oh my god. Yeah, should be fun. Maybe I was talking about like perimeter defensive help for the Bucks. Maybe Marshawn Beauchamp gets a bigger role this year.
Yeah, you very well might. They probably need him
that.
to, at least in the regular season.
Yeah. That's like my only like concern about them, like just matchup wise in the playoffs. But they also have the ultimate matchup beater on the other side in Giannis. Like the Celtics, as good as like Al and Grant played him the other a couple seasons ago, like Giannis was still getting 35, 40.
Hey, hear me
He's still
out
gonna
too,
get his.
bro. Listen, we know Giannis isn't like always touted as a top perimeter defender, but listen, I think with the coaching change, he's going to match up on the other team's best players now. I think we're going to see that.
I think so. Maybe. I feel like
I think he wanted to, but
Bud never asked him to. Bud never asked him to.
He said, "I'm going to do what coach wants to do," but I think he honestly feels like he's taking more agency about his own situation. Like, has always been real humble, do what the team wants to do, but mixed with like that pressure he's put on the front office, hey, give me a superstar, get this. I think he's taking a little bit more control of like, yeah, this is what I want. And I think one thing that he wants is, yeah, if this player's popping off, if Jimmy Butler's popping off, yeah, I'm on him.
I think that's how it should be. Maybe not like every game, all 4 quarters, but when it's crunch time.
Shit, in the playoffs.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. And especially when they got Lopez behind him. Like, it'd be different if they didn't have a rim protecting center behind him. But, like, you got Lopez there. There's no reason not to do that, at least in bursts. Like, it just makes sense.
Those teams are going to match up so well in the playoffs. Jrue and Dame got previous beef because Jrue embarrassed him in 18.
Yeah.
It'll somehow go 5. Like it'll somehow be a 5-game series. I couldn't tell you what way it's gonna go, but it'll somehow go 5 games.
That would be such a robbery, like because we didn't get it last season, and then for these teams, like all these moves, and just imagine like 5-game series, Bucks in 5 or Celtics in 5. That'd be disgusting.
One of them probably fuck around and lose to Miami again.
8 seed Miami, probably again.
Miami's what 4-2 against these teams in playoff series the last like 4 years.
They beat Boston twice. They beat Milwaukee. Yeah, 4-2.
Yeah. It's crazy. If they pull it off this year, man, like
If they pull it off this year,
the
Pat-
logo
Pat
at that
Riley.
point.
Yeah.
Pat Riley sold his soul, bro. Like, ain't no
Bro.
way.
At least they do got Spoelstra going for him. He's the best coach out of the group.
Yeah. Yeah, Spo be keeping them in a lot of games and a lot of series they got no business being in.
He's like the
Yes.
best coach in the league that matters at this point. Like, Pop will still get that respect as the best coach in the league, but the Spurs aren't going to be competitive for half a decade.
I think Spo has passed Pop in modern day basketball. I
Yeah,
would say so.
I would agree with that.
And maybe that's just like because the Spurs haven't been good for a while, but
Pop is washed, we say.
I don't think he's washed. I think if you threw Pop with a good team, they would. A team that's ready to like actually win games, they would be a really good team.
I'm
Pop
interested.
is
He hasn't played with a team that's relevant in 6 years, 2017.
I mean, you got to think he took like a 2-seeded Nuggets in 19-7 games.
Yeah.
With like
Respect DeRozan.
DeMar is his best player.
LaMarcus.
Aldridge, who was kind of declining at that point.
Young
Derek
DeJounte.
Young DeJounte. Was Rudy Gay on that team?
I think Lonnie Walker was on that team.
Lonnie
That would have
Walker.
been a young Lonnie Walker, yeah. Rudy might have been there.
Dare I say, was Jonathan Simmons on that team? Like,
Yeah, that was before.
not a good roster.
In 19, I think Jakob was there too.
He had to be there.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
DeMar
it would
was
have
there,
been.
Yep. That's not a great team. But it took them 7 games. I think the bubble year, they were like a game out of the play-in, if I'm not mistaken. They was close. It's just,
Yeah, that
they ain't
sounds
been trying to
right.
win for the last couple of years.
Oh, Bryn
But-
Forbes was the other guy in that team I was trying to think of.
Michigan State guy, Brent Forbes, man. That's crazy.
Notable guy who outplayed Jimmy Butler in a playoff series. Brent Forbes.
Doesn't get talked about enough, I'll be honest.
For real.
Does not get talked about enough.
He's the Jason Terry to Jimmy's LeBron.
Maybe more like JJ Barea. Getting outscored in a full playoff series by Brent Forbes is kind of crazy, though.
It's really crazy.
Like, if you really think about it, that is nuts.
Sometimes role players pop off, bro. This is the same guy. Listen, Brent Forbes came from the same system that had Danny Green playing like a Finals MVP in 2013.
I still think about if they would have won that in 6. Like, was Danny Green really going to get that award?
Hell yeah! Wasn't that like the
Really
second
might
most threes made in a final series ever?
I think at that point it was the top. He was
I
number
think so
one.
at that point.
Pretty
Yeah.
sure.
Bro.
It's crazy though, because like the first, I think 4 games, he was like nuclear, but then games like 5 through 7, he was not really hitting shots.
In
Fine.
typical Danny Green fashion.
Yeah, he slowed down for sure.
Dude, Danny Green has the worst turnover of all time still. Devin, I know you remember. It was game 6, right at the end. He threw that bitch out of bounds on the sideline right around
Oh,
half court.
man.
Doing
He's so-
some
he's so
bullshit
funny.
like full court pass, bro. It was some bullshit, bro.
He's hilarious, bro, because like that season for y'all, he shot like 45% during the regular season. And in the playoffs, he couldn't throw like a pebble into the ocean, bro. Like it was
His
so
only
bad.
good game was game 5, or it might have been game 4. I think it was game 4 because I think it was a game that we won. He was really good.
Yeah, he was just terrible. Always guarding. He can guard though. Like he gonna put in that effort on defense, but man.
Yeah,
Didn't
and
he
then
he
say
goes-
a part of? I guess he really liked it there to an extent because I think he said he signed with Philly to be back with Nick Nurse. That quote came out like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
didn't
he's
see
back.
that.
He's back with Philly.
He was okay for Philly. He was alright for them.
Yeah, I mean they didn't keep McDaniels around, so they're gonna need someone to play on the wing, I suppose.
That
Where
motherfucker
did he go?
needs a job, bro.
Who, McDaniels?
Yeah.
He's a Raptor.
He's a Raptor. Wow. Okay.
Long wing you can't shoot. Got to be a Raptor.
Gotta be a Rap. There's some guys that are still in free agency that are like actually good basketball players.
Yeah, there's a few decent guys who have not
Terrence
signed yet.
Davis is still a free agent. Game 7, Terrence Davis free agent.
Yeah, he's an interesting one being a free agent still, especially especially.
Terrence Davis is such a Phoenix Sun by November.
I don't think T. Ross signed anywhere either, did he?
He's a free agent.
Yeah.
Damn.
You think
Biombo's
someone
still
would
out
want
there.
his shooting?
This man Biombo's out there.
Biombo will get a job, bro. Some team will have an injured center, be like, we need some rebounding.
You'd think someone picks up Dellavedova at some point too.
He keeps a job.
Good vet.
Yeah, definitely a good vet. He's way older than I think he is now.
He just seems like he's like 37. But he's probably like 33 or something like that. But I remember watching him in college at St. Mary's, so it's like, and that seems like so long ago.
His peak was in like 2015, bro. That was 8 years ago.
He didn't even get any burn in the 2016 finals.
That was
Him and
9
Mozgov were starting in 2015 in the finals to getting DMPs in 2016. That's crazy.
It sounds like Jonathan Kuminga on a week-to-week basis to me.
Exactly.
For real.
Weren't the Warriors were just looking for centers, but they ended up signing Rudy Gay, I think. So, JaMychal Green still a free agent?
Solid backup big.
Yeah.
How are these guys not Phoenix Suns, bro? Like, they need that,
They signed too many guys. They got too many bodies.
bro.
For real.
Just do this funny little silly thing called waive somebody.
Who would they waive?
I don't know who they got on guarantees or not, but they offered out so many deals. I don't know that they got any room.
Yeah. Still some solid dudes that are free agents though.
Because, I mean, even in the bottom of the rotation guys, I mean, Matthews guaranteed, I'm pretty sure. Bol, they gave a guaranteed deal to. I think there are 2 non-guarantees or Jordan Goodwin, who, unless they're dropping him for a point guard, they kind of got to keep just because he's actually a point guard. And then Ish Wainwright, who I wouldn't be dropping if I'm then, considering he might be one of your better wing options. So,
yep.
I actually think Terrence Davis might be a Celtic. You like that fit, Reek? I think he's a Celtic.
Some heat off the bench. I wouldn't
possible.
hate it. I wouldn't hate it.
That's possible.
I think I would trust him more as like a bench option than some of the backcourt guys we have, like Kailu or
JD.
I like
Davison.
Sam. Yeah, I like I would trust Terrence Davis a little more. I like Sam Hauser's shooting though, because he shot really well during the regular season. But it's like when you get to the playoffs, he's not playing. He's not playing in the playoffs.
He played in the playoffs last year.
He played like the first 2 games against the Hawks, and then was getting DMPs until like the conference finals.
He was the 8th guy though.
Yeah, it's because he can shoot it, but outside of that, it's like can't guard. Doesn't do anything else with the ball. Like he's a spacer. Yeah. That's why hosts like Mikhailuk can be like good. That'd be nice, but I have low expectations for like everybody on that bench outside of like if Horford's off the bench and Payne Pritchard.
Yeah, Svi was a Raptor, and the most notable thing was his nickname being Splash Bandicoot. Outside of that, bro, you're not getting anything.
I'm pretty sure he was good last year for the Hornets.
Yeah, he had a decent stint with the Hornets.
Yeah, but I wasn't watching. I'm just going off of what Twitter was saying.
Yeah, he shot the ball well at least, which is all you can really ask from him. So,
yeah. Who knows? Yeah, that Celtics bench. I think we went from like being one of the deeper teams in basketball to like one of the more top heavy teams. Like top 6 looks really good. And then like Payne Pritchard is next up, which might not be terrible, but he's next up. The guy that wasn't in the rotation last year.
Big, Like you have one backup big, and your stars are the wings. It's really just like having a real solid backup guard. I think that's the piece. If you're thinking about going 7, sometimes 8 deep.
Yeah, I think the like beautiful thing is there's probably going to be some matchups, and this might be regular season too, where you start both White and Jrue Holiday. And there might be some where Derek White comes off the bench.
For sure.
Like, definitely stagger those. So the flexibility's there. It's just if one guy misses significant time, you might see just a weakness in the rotation.
The other positive thing is barring any in-season moves outside of the Lakers, none of the expected contenders really have great depth this year. I mean, the Nuggets have questions, the Bucks have questions, the Celtics have questions, the Warriors' depth is a question mark. Like, there's not a ton of guys. The Suns, same thing. Like, none of these top-end teams really are coming into the year with loaded benches. Some of the teams with a tier below them, like the Knicks or the Kings or even the Clippers, if their bench bounces back, like those types of teams have better benches, but none of the top end guys really have that level of depth this year, at least not to start the season.
The Lakers got it.
The Lakers got it, but they're the exception. Yeah, they're the exception.
Lakers are deep as hell.
Yeah,
they got a lot of good NBA players on that team. Which it's just funny how like that changes because last year it was like the Lakers' big offseason signings was like Lonnie Walker. And now it's
when
like,
you don't have a $50 million per year guy, it's a net negative. Yeah, that changes things.
Yeah. That's why I'm glad you said if you judge Rob Pelinka over like the last 12 months, because I was definitely thinking of the last couple of years, and that Westbrook trade was just pretty much wasted a year and a half of LeBron and AD.
To be fair, AD was pretty in and out during that time, so I don't think they would have gone as far as they could.
Maybe. AD also missed a good amount of time last year, so.
Hey, he played when it mattered. They had that big winning streak late in the season. He was in at that time, so.
Very true.
I still think LeBron this year is probably like LeBron at this point. I think he's like a 56 game a year guy,
which is how it should be. The man's 40.
For real.
The man is 40, bro. As long as he's healthy in the playoffs, that's what matters the most. It was clear he wasn't like 100% come postseason time, but if Bron's healthy, if he's as spry as they're saying he's looking like a rookie going into year 21, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. You guys see AD said his goal is to play all 82 games?
Yeah.
I think I saw your quote tweet to that too.
Yeah, I was being positive about it. Like, if you shoot for 82, you might get 65 or 70 out of them. Maybe.
Yeah.
I like that because he's a nagging injury guy. Like I don't feel like he gets a lot of injuries that keep him out like 5 to 10 games. He gets like these, I'm out 1 to 2 games and I'm back. So yeah, if he's aiming to play like all the time and he's only missing time because of like a major injury, something that keeps him out like 2 to 4 weeks or something like that, yeah, I think at that point you could be looking at that many games.
I was thinking his nagging injuries are more so like those like 5 to 10 games, but he's not somebody that's had like a
2 to 3
major.
months.
Yeah, like it's always like 1 to 2 weeks for Anthony Davis.
Yeah,
2 to 3 weeks, but never like months out. Like he's
avoided those for a reason.
Exactly. Exactly. But if they get like 70 out of AD, or 65. If he meets the minimum, that's a dub, a big time dub.
All right, so go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, the comments he made about the Nuggets. Why, Anthony? Why are we doing this, bro? Just play basketball, please. I'm trying to be a fan again.
Man. What? Let me bring back a tried and true question here on 3 Point Weekly. Will Jrue Holiday be remembered as a Buck or a Pelican?
That's tough now that I know he's done and he's got nothing left because he's got a ring in Milwaukee, but like outside of the ring, he's a Pelican. But with the ring, he's a Buck. And he does have an All-Star appearance in each now.
He didn't have an All-Star appearance as a Pelican. That was in Philly.
That was Philly.
Oh, right.
Philly.
That was in Philly.
Is he a
Right.
6? No, I'm just playing.
He definitely ain't a sixer. That's like saying Iggy's a sixer.
I'm leaning Pelicans.
That's probably what I would go with. But
Leaning
it's
Pelicans.
close. It's close.
You know
Dame's
why?
gonna be a buck when they three-peat.
If they get 3 really good years out of Dame, he is pushing 33. The reason why I'm gonna say Pelican, I'm sure Pelicans fans really appreciate Jrue Holiday. We already see Bucks fans like, oh, he's a playoff dropper. Glad he's gone.
I already saw a tweet about that the other day where they were comparing Bledsoe's playoff efficiency with Jrue Holiday, and Bledsoe had the best year of the 6 years between
Like, come
Bledsoe
on,
and
man.
Holiday. So,
Nothing like
Pelicans
nothing
fans,
like,
if you ask them
watch-
about Jrue Holiday, they probably like really appreciate Jrue.
for
But not
Dude,
not Bucks fans.
my new favorite trend is just like when, and honestly, you did like a variation of it today on Twitter where it was like, what's your type? And it was like, it was like, bro, when like models will post a picture on Twitter or some shit and everybody just starts responding with different NBA players. Like, dude, at first when it was just like Celtic Shaq, that shit was hilarious. But bro, I saw somebody bring out like Miami Shaq, Boston Ray Allen. Like, you still got a lot left. You're past your prime, but you got a lot left in the tank. Bro, just
Oh
the
my God.
comparisons have me fucking dead. So thinking of more players in their like Miami Shaq era, shit has me dying all
Bro.
the fucking time.
That's comedy. That is funny. I've been seeing the like Shaq in a Raptors jersey like just pop up all over the timeline. I'm like, where did this come from, bro?
He played for
Yeah.
a lot of teams. That wasn't one of them.
It's not one of them. It's not one of them. Dang, we haven't had a question like that in a while. Yeah, Jrue Holiday. What would you say, Gabe? Pelican or Buck?
I think I would go Buck just because he was constantly on the big stage. He had good years on the Pelicans, but especially to a mainstream audience, the Pelicans didn't get as much spotlight until Jrue Holiday left and Zion came to town. Now they're on national TV all the time. But I just think from an exposure standpoint, he's going to be remembered more for his Bucks days, especially because of that championship run and ring. Whereas their only real playoff run in New Orleans was like winning that Portland series.
That's fair. That's fair.
Similarly, is Brook Lopez a Buck or is he a Net?
I'm gonna say Buck, man. I'm gonna say he's a Buck.
It's a tough one.
Just because
I think he's a Buck too for Pau Gasol reasons on a lower
that
level.
Nets era just feels like I really don't even remember Brook Lopez like in New Jersey / Brooklyn that much. It was just so long ago, and it's like he's such a different play. Like he's a more impactful NBA player today than he was when he was a 20-10 All-Star.
Yeah.
Which sounds insane, but it's true.
Yeah, it's
I'm
so
gonna go
different.
I'm gonna go Buck.
The next player who I need to have those conversations for is when does Wiggins become a Warrior instead of a Timberwolf?
Is it crazy to say he's already there?
Already is. Yeah, I think he might be.
You know, he has more All-Star appearances in Golden State. He has a ring in Golden State that he was the second best player on. He's been there for about 4 or 5 years at this point.
He's actually beloved now. I feel like everybody didn't like Wiggins.
Everybody
Minnesota?
hated him in Philly or in the Minnesota days. I've never heard Justin's opinion on Andrew Wiggins actually.
I haven't either.
No.
I have not either. It's probably a tough topic for him. Probably a tough topic. Interesting. I'm trying to think of other guys now.
Yeah, there's some that are just like egregiously hard to think of. Like if I think of what is PJ Tucker, like
He's
the
a
best answer I
Rocket.
can give you, I think he's a Rocket.
It's a Rocket
Gotta
man.
be.
That's where his career, like he was always a solid guy, But that's where he like really made his like money. That's why PJ Tucker will always have a job, is because of those Rocket days of him sitting in the corner, shooting 5-6 corner threes a game, and locking up on defense.
Like, is Trevor Ariza a Rocket or is he a Laker?
He's a Rocket to me.
I would say Rocket too. I don't think of Trevor Ariza as a Laker just because like it was so long ago, and he was there for like 2 years, I think. He didn't play much in 08, and he played more when they won in 09, but he was gone by 2010. In Houston, he was like a big piece.
KD a Warrior just for how he did OKC. The most iconic thing about Kevin Durant will always be signing to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah,
like that's his identity, is being Mr. Soft Cupcake, sign to the Warriors, run from the grind, form a super team. Twitter, like Golden State is his identity.
Did we have the Chris Bosh discussion?
I think we've had it. I think he's in my MVP.
Yeah,
for sure.
Even though Raptors Bosh was crazy.
Such a talent.
Crazy. I'm trying to think of other guys.
There was a player I had in my head, but I lost it.
Is Brandon Jennings a Buck or a Piston?
Yeah, he's a Buck to me, for sure.
Is he a Buck or a Piston? We need Garrett in chat, who did not show up today. Garrett, are you okay, brother? Are you okay?
He's probably planning for that KOT stream tomorrow. They decided to schedule a Wednesday one this week. What is
fair?
Oh, wait. I feel like we can ask the question again for Chris Paul. What's Chris Paul to you right now?
He's a Clipper.
I think my answer before was a Hornet, so I'm going to stick with that.
Switch teams again.
He's been on hella teams, man.
He's been
He has.
It's been on hella teams.
And it's crazy because we thought after like 2019 he might retire. Like that's just how weird that year was for him.
Is Tobias a Sixer, or is he still like a Clipper or Piston or something else?
He's probably a Sixer just because of longevity.
Yeah, they gave him the bag. It's weird because like
longevity anywhere else, even though he was better there. But
yeah, I feel like if I saw him in if I saw a picture of him in like a Clippers jersey, like I feel like my mind would be like, is this Photoshop for a second? Just because it was a minute ago.
Like when it comes to identities, like there's some players just because of like iconicism. Like to me, Lonzo Ball and Kyle Kuzma are Lakers, even though they've been better other places. Like Lonzo's best days that were like extended were New Orleans. Chicago was good, but not very long. So like New Orleans was his best days, but him on the Lakers was so iconic. Same thing with Kuz being there, like for the young core in those just days where the media spotlight was on them, and then also with the ring and the championship team being there for a little bit. So even though he's been better in Washington, like still a Laker at least for now. The only player but some players from that era like Brandon Ingram and like Julius Randle have established themselves so much in the new place that they've escaped that.
For sure.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. a Nick or Mav?
He's a New York Knick, bro.
Yeah, he's got to be a Knick.
Wow, bro, I can't think about Tim Hardaway Jr. on this podcast. Ibaka just missed that shot so bad for no reason.
That was a mean break. Like it was so flat.
It was nasty. Man, I'd be forgetting about him when I'd be forgetting about Dallas. There's no way I can call him a Mav.
Serge is a Thunder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say so. That's he blocked him, man.
Is Steven Adams a Thunder too?
Yes.
Yeah. For now, at least. Give me another couple of years in Memphis, maybe not. But
I randomly thought of Tim Hardaway the other day when I was looking at Mavs Media Day and I saw Kyrie's wearing 11. I'm like, hold up, isn't that Tim Hardaway's number? I don't even know what number he's wearing now, but he's on the team. So
Tim Hardaway Sr.'s a Miami Heat.
I always associate him with Run DMC, so I'm gonna say he's a Warrior.
Eric Bledsoe's a son to me as well.
I don't know what the fuck Eric Bledsoe is.
He might be a Clipper to me, to be honest.
Eric Bledsoe, he's such a. This is the
Baby
second
Bron.
tweet on the podcast, bro. But
He's a son.
Eric Bledsoe was his son when I started paying attention to basketball. And then he had that very publicized exit.
This is a good one. What's Goran Dragic? Is he a son or is he a Heat?
He's a Heat.
He's a son to me.
Really?
You can make a really good argument for
Yeah.
both. I don't know which way I'm leaning, bro, because he had two different stints in Phoenix. One where he was Steve Nash's backup, and he left for a year. I think he went to Houston, came back, was an All-NBA player.
He's not a Raptor, I'll tell you that.
He's definitely not a Raptor.
Not a Raptor.
The boy's a Milwaukee Buck.
Does he have a job right now?
No, he does not. Nor should
Yeah.
he, but he does not.
Yeah, his that injury in the bubble probably like killed his NBA hopes of being a
Hold
good
up,
player.
wait. I have a good one. Is Porzingis still a Knick, or is another team stuck with you enough to change that?
He's a Knick still.
I guess he has to be in
Barely. Because he just hasn't been, like, the departure was bad that I don't want to call him a Knick, but his time in Dallas also wasn't good, and he wasn't in Washington long enough. So, like, it'll probably be Boston unless he gets shipped out in a year or two, but for now, he's a Knick.
He's stuck with the Knicks, man. Has Jalen Brunson done enough to just be a Knick now?
Low key.
He will be. He will be.
Still needs like another year or two.
Give
I
him another year or
think
two, but he will be.
Brunson really wasn't on my radar until like the last year in Dallas anyways.
You know
So
why?
I feel like he's giving me a good year from both.
You want to know why? They would have probably beat the Clippers in Game 7, right? But Rick Carlisle, love Rick Carlisle, really good head coach, did not play Jalen Brunson at all in Game 7.
Yep.
Benched him. I will never forget that, bro.
Yep.
I will never forget that.
And
So
he's gonna regret that. He's gonna regret that when the Pacers and the Knicks have a playoff series. I think in your standings predictions, that's actually a first round series. So maybe he'll come to regret
is.
that.
It is.
Ray Carlisle
I had
versus Brunson.
Had that in mind too. Had that in mind.
Yeah, you were exactly thinking of that.
That's just like when I was watching the game, I was just like, is Jalen Brunson ever going to touch the floor? And this was before he even ascended into like what he was the year before he went to New York. Like he was just a good backup guard. And I forget who they were playing over him, but it's like, why? Why is he getting minutes over Brunson? I don't even remember who the other guard was, but it was just so
I don't
egregious,
either.
man.
But yeah, it was. I don't even know, man. There was. Regardless of the coach, there's been some interesting decisions with some young guards and playing time in Dallas the last few years. It was Brunson, and then it's Josh Green and Hardy. I don't know, man.
This whole era started with Dennis Smith Jr.
Yeah,
Yeah, my guy.
I don't even know what that man is now.
J. Cole fan.
I want to say it was Trey Burke.
You might have been right.
That makes sense.
I like Trey Burke too, man. Halftime hoop supporter, Trey Burke.
That's a New York Knick in my head.
But man, Trey Burke should not have been getting
Trey
minutes.
Burke, and then Josh Richardson was probably getting minutes on that team too.
Yeah, that was post Miami Josh Richardson where he was bad.
Yeah, he was not good that year at all.
Yeah,
James Johnson was on that team.
Heat.
Young Josh Green, Tyrell Terry, and you know who's always going to be there? The White Pal.
Forever and always.
You're 10 or 11 now. It's crazy.
Wissa Wandu was on that team. Nico Melli, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Big boy Nico.
Collie Stein.
Old
was on
injured
that team.
JJ was on that team too.
Yep, JJ. What a weird collection of guys.
He really was. Really was.
What do y'all see JJ Redick as?
He's a Clipper to me.
Clipper. I would say Clipper. Those are like Doc gave him a chance to really be a like starting caliber NBA player and made him a lot of money too. So I'll say Clippers. Sixers probably runner up though. I'll say that.
Over Orlando, really.
Yeah, I feel like his Orlando days were all right. They were cool.
Yeah, if I was older, I might say Orlando, but wasn't exactly tuning in as much back then.
He wasn't even like he was a rotation guy, but he wasn't like a Superman guy. Like he came off the bench.
Yeah.
And even then, it was like they had Courtney Lee one year, the year they made the finals, like Rafer Alston, Jameer Nelson. Like they just had a lot of Petrus was on that team. And that's back when I think he was a shooting guard at the time. So like they just had a lot of guys.
Okay.
Magic would probably be third though for JJ. I would say.
Those dribble handoffs with Joel Embiid were just that special.
Special, man. Low-key changed the game. I don't want to say change the game, but the inverted pick and rolls, though, that was a big part of their offense.
Is Sabonis already a king?
Not yet for me.
The beam
Probably not
streak
far off, but he's a Pacer.
His Pacer days were really good.
If
The
he
beam
has
streak
like
is just
a
special.
little bit of playoff success with the Kings, then yes. But
Yeah.
So how do y'all feel about the guy he was traded for? Halliburton's
he's a
clearly
Pacer.
all right.
Yeah.
yeah, he's just got
See,
less backing
yeah.
in Sacramento than Sabonis has in Indiana. So
Exactly.
Is Buddy Hield a Pacer? Because he was the Kings' next
Nah,
Kobe for a minute.
he's a
That
king.
That motherfucker's a king, bro.
He is a king the day he left Oklahoma. I'm not gonna lie.
It's crazy to think he played in New Orleans for like half a season.
He was a
somebody.
king the second. He was a king the second he stepped
Like-
out of Oklahoma.
Like, we don't even count that. That man he's a king from day one. And he just
For
took a
real.
detour to Indianapolis. Might go back to Sacramento. Who knows? Maybe they get him back.
What do y'all got Harrison Barnes as?
That is a king.
What if I said he was a
Barnes is
Maverick?
tough.
They
What
gave
if
that
I said he
man
What if I said
They
he was
gave
a
that man
Maverick?
2 bags. They gave him 2 bags, bro. He's a king.
That is tough.
He went
I
to
would
the
probably
finals
say a
twice.
king, but I'm close to saying a Maverick.
They traded him
neither
when he was
you
on the
guys
bench,
said-
bro. He can't be a Mav.
And neither of you guys said Warriors when he went to the finals as a starter.
Nah, they
twice.
blame 2016 on him too much, man. He can't be.
Nah, yeah, that ended too sour.
Yeah,
Can't
he
be doing
a
that.
Warrior. I feel like he's not liked by like Draymond either. I heard him on Paul George's podcast, and he was just like not talking very like highly of Harrison Barnes, basically. What's Paul George? Is he a Pacer?
Yeah, he's still a Pacer.
He's getting awfully close to being a Clipper, and it's not even for basketball reasons. It's just because this man is fucking everywhere during these Clipper games, bro.
I'll probably say Pacers too.
The best Paul
Yeah.
George is still OKC. He just wasn't there for that long.
For sure.
Agreed.
Russell Westbrook is a Rocket.
Oh, shut up.
It's like saying
That is-
DeMar's a Spur.
I have 2 DeMar Spurs jerseys, bro. Like,
They're nice jerseys. One of them has to be the Fiesta ones, right?
yeah.
Okay. Nice jerseys, like I said.
What's JV?
Valanciunas, I was
Ooh.
thinking about that one. He's a Raptor, though. He's such a Raptor.
Ooh. God,
I'd
he's
probably
been
say
in
he's a
Toronto,
Raptor too, but it's tight.
New Orleans, and he was in Memphis for like a year or
Memphis.
so,
Yeah.
a couple years. I don't really remember his Raptor days as much, even though that wasn't that long ago.
It's like 7 seasons.
He was there for a minute.
He got traded during the champion. He got traded like at trade deadline during the championship season for
He was a
Gasol, and he was 2011 draft.
2011 draft. Damn.
Yeah, he didn't. He stayed overseas for a year, but
Yo. He was like a top 6 pick. That is true. I wonder where he would go in the redraft in that 2011 draft.
That's a good draft. Probably not top 10.
that was a good draft because Kyrie's ahead of him, Kemba's ahead of him, Kawhi's ahead of him,
Wow.
Vooch is probably ahead of him.
Is that Klay Thompson that year, or is he the year after?
He's that year.
Like,
Clay was pick 11 in 2011.
yeah, because
Yeah.
Barnes was 2012. You're right.
Yeah, Tobias Harris in that range. Jimmy's ahead of him.
Jimmy.
Isaiah Thomas was ahead of him.
Was that Chris Middleton's draft, or was he 2010?
Middleton was 12, I thought.
Was he?
Yeah, I don't think it was this year.
Okay. I'm just
Now, Middleton was definitely 12 because that was one of the hints I got in our puzzle block matchup on Garrett's channel.
Okay. So
Yeah, no, there was 7 All-Stars in this draft.
good draft.
Very good draft.
Even Isaiah Thomas's peak was short, but his peak was really good.
Yeah, it was.
Damn. A lot of misses though. Was that Jan Vesely? Please don't tell me that was Jan Vesely's year.
Yeah, but
Yes, it was.
2012
God.
pick 6.
Yeah, Jan Vesely was pick 6.
That guy.
Taken right between JV and Bismack.
Low-key busy. I mean, he's lasted.
Yeah, for real.
He keeps a job.
Lasted.
He is an NBA
Man is
player.
third in that draft in games played.
Hey, that brother stays employed for sure. I love funny stats like that, like how Buddy's the leading scorer from the 2016 draft.
Yeah.
This is such a weird draft. Like, literally, Jaylen Brown not being ahead of him is strange because JB hasn't missed that much time. But, like, Pascal was a late bloomer. Jamal Murray, had big injuries. Brandon
You gotta
Ingram
think.
missed a lot of time.
Buddy's been 15-ish points per game since year 1, I think.
I mean, wasn't JB there by, year 2 and has had a way higher peak?
Okay,
though?
so year 1, I think JB averaged 6. Year 2 was
6?
6 points per game.
It
He
wasn't
barely
anything
played.
special, yeah.
How did he
You're-
not get slandered to all hell as a rookie, bro? He was the 3rd overall pick.
Because he barely played, and the Celtics were a 1 seed. So
Motherfuckers, I would have been calling him a bust, bro. God, he would have been catching James Wiseman allegations.
I think year 2 he averaged 13 and a half, maybe 14.
Yeah, it was a 14.5, and then year 3
Yeah.
it was 13. It wasn't until year 4 he started putting up.
Yeah.
I might have to change the
numbers.
Celtics to the title favorites, bro. Jaylen Brown has 2 years to win 5
Yeah.
titles.
Year 3 was the weird drama-filled year. Yeah, where everybody played bad. Okay, yeah, and then year 4 is where he yeah. So Buddy Hield had a 3-year head start.
Yeah. Yeah,
on damn near
Buddy,
everybody.
Buddy averaged a bit over 10 year 1, 13.5 year 2, and then 20 year 3. Oh.
Yeah, Ben's
Good
career
start.
was front loaded. Pick 4. That's a Josh Jackson draft, right?
Nah, Josh Jackson was the Tatum draft.
17. Oh no, this was the Dragon Bender draft.
Marquise Chris. Was that George's Papianis? I don't know how I remember these names, bro.
Papa Giannis is a hard one to forget since Giannis is such a good player.
True. And the
Yeah,
Kings
that's true.
picked him.
There's a few good names in there. Papagiannis. There's Yabusele in there.
Gershon, man.
Yeah, if you're a big who was picked high by Sacramento or Philly while they had DeMarcus Cousins or Joel Embiid on the active roster, very memorable for not the right reasons.
remember Gershon was supposed to be like the next Draymond Green. Didn't happen, but it was a fun idea.
Yeah, I don't think there'll ever be a player that's the next Draymond. I don't think that's reproducible.
A rarity. I remember, we were joking about it last week when Garrett was in chat about Amari Spellman. He was supposed to be the Draymond Green for the Hawks. I remember them saying that on draft night.
The next Draymond thing, like the closest people get is just having like a good defensive glue guy. It's just none of those guys ever have that same level of playmaking. It just won't be there.
Yeah, that's a rare player. Like he gets like Dennis Rodman comparisons for different reasons because like the defensive guy on a dynasty. But Dennis Rodman's another dude, like just a rare commodity, like a 6'7" guy that can average 20 rebounds a game, play elite level defense, and affect the game by scoring like 2 points a game. Like that does not happen ever.
The opposite of Rondo.
Real.
Yeah, I mean,
Both
the closest comparison you probably can get for him is PJ Tucker, but just a modern day version who can shoot a three. But
yeah,
I mean, you'll never get an exact replica of a guy like that.
Imagine Drummond if he took his offensive rebounds and didn't put them back up immediately. God.
Is Drummond still in Chicago?
Yeah. I think he opted into his player option.
I wouldn't mind him in Boston as a third big.
Why do I not remember his second team? Like, what was his first stop after Detroit?
Cavs.
Was that right after?
He got traded.
He got traded there.
He did get traded, yeah.
And then he got bought out.
He was making a nasty amount of money.
He was getting paid. He was one of the highest paid dudes in the league.
Which it was hard not to pay him because he was a walk in 2020. I don't think it was a Stan Van bag, but it was a bad Detroit front office bag for sure.
Them Stan Van bags for dirty. John Lure.
Josh Smith. The idea of starting Josh Smith, I know we talk about this a lot, but him, Greg Monroe at the 4, Drummond at the 5, that is Stan Van had to have some CTE brewing, bro, because, like, what was he thinking?
he was on that Chandler Jones, bro.
Bro, he was tweaking with that one, man. Just for Josh Smith to not be there, like, a year after his mega bag.
They paid him for bro. Like those weird contracts like that. It reminds me, like, bro, the Cincinnati Reds like just stopped paying Ken Griffey Jr. or some shit. Like, not that long.
Baseball contracts be crazy for that stuff.
Crazy.
We're gonna restructure so where you're getting paid from us for the next 20 years. Okay.
Yeah,
that's outrageous. Yeah, no, it's like the Pistons really gave out all those deals and started all those dudes, and then they wonder why they're taking so many years to rebuild. It's like you started your rebuild and your asset was Luke Kennard. There was nothing but negative assets on that team.
That's still the second best hooper from Middletown, Ohio, bro. So give him your respect.
Yeah, I'm a big Luke fan, man, but that starting your rebuild with Luke Kennard is crazy.
I had the fattest crush on his cousin, bro. That was my 4th grade crush.
Oh my goodness.
That trade's so long ago now, I don't even remember what the return was, and I used to know that off the top of my head.
God.
Luke Kennard the first?
It was a late first. I think it was Sadiq Bey. I think it was the pick that became Sadiq Bey.
It was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Right. Because I remember when he got traded this year, it's like, well, that's what they started the rebuild with. And
I was about to say, wasn't the return Toby? But then I was like, wait, no. Toby got them Luke.
The 2020 offseason just feels so, like, weird, fever dream-ish. Because it all happened within, like, a small amount of time.
Yeah, it was so quick.
I don't even remember what happened. Were there any big moves that offseason? Like, star moves?
Was that the Jrue Holiday trade offseason?
Yes. So that was 3 years ago.
Jesus. He was on the Pelicans in the bubble?
Yeah, he played with JJ. Play with JJ. He's a Pelican, man. I'm telling you. He was in New Orleans for a minute.
Jrue Holiday played with Zion.
Played, yeah. Zion didn't play that much, but yeah, they was on
Not
the same
that
team.
much, but they played.
They were together. Think about this. Jrue Holiday outlasted Eric Gordon in New Orleans.
Eric Gordon's a
skill.
Clipper. Actually, I take that back. Eric Gordon's a Rocket.
Rocket. Yeah.
The boy's a Rocket. He is a Rocket.
Lou Will a Clipper though.
Isn't Eric Gordon in Phoenix now?
Yeah.
He is.
They just went.
They got
through
bodies.
contract to everybody. Yeah. Maybe
Hour
not
into
good
free
ones,
agency, they went and
but
signed 70s.
When you said Terrence Ross wasn't signed, I just assumed he was in Phoenix, bro.
same.
Yeah, he didn't come back. TJ didn't come back. Tyrik
Kinda
Craig's
surprised.
in Chicago.
A little surprised CJ Warren doesn't have a job. Maybe not that surprised, but just a little bit.
Yeah, he was okay last year when he came back.
I
Wouldn't
mean,
be
yeah,
surprised if someone gives him another look.
like
I
we
would say
called their
Miami,
depth.
but
We called their depth
Miami
really
didn't.
average, but like really average for a team trying to go to the NBA Finals. He'd be
they got
cool
bodies.
on a average team.
They got one of the best 3-point shooters in the league in Yuto Watanabe. Like they got bodies.
Yeah, at least this year they have 82 games to figure out what the hell they're doing through rotation and not 15 games like last year where they were just plug and playing all the way through the postseason.
And look, it can't get much worse than Landry Shamet being like your next most trusted guy.
For
So
real, though.
they'll be okay.
You got Naz Little and Grayson Allen sucking up those minutes. It's got to be better than that.
I still think
rather
it's
have Grayson
hilarious. They got rid of the
Really
coach
seeing
that
this
had beef with Ayton. They got rid of
Just
the coach
for
that had
Ayton,
beef with
okay.
Ayton just to get rid of Ayton immediately.
Yeah. I still think the entire like coaching change was strictly ownership.
Yeah,
1,000%.
seems like they very much wanted a fresh start in there. There's a reason Booker's the only guy left from that finals run team.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
They gave up a lot for Kevin Durant. I'll say that much.
They did. They really did. I know hindsight hurts them because Bridges was even better in Brooklyn than he was in Phoenix, but even still.
I'll be more comfortable with point guard Devin Booker, Mikal Bridges, and Kevin Durant trio, or however you want to run it if you get another point guard, whatever. But I'd be a lot more happy with that than Bradley Beal at point guard.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
I mean, you're basically saying, would you rather have Mikal Bridges or Bradley Beal? Like, that's not a question.
A lot more comfortable, man. Just imagine, like, what if they could have talked the Nets into taking Ayton? Or maybe if they have more picks to trade and take Chris Paul from us. But no, they had to give up.
Yeah, Chris Paul, their offense would probably look better than it's looking right now.
Would it?
Might. It might.
I don't
know.
think
Then
he
you
gets
got-
worse.
Then you got, I don't know. It's weird, and however you look at it, it's weird. Because it's like you either got Beal at the point or Beal guarding other small forwards in the league.
Or Beal still making 50
Or
mil
guarding
on the
small forwards in
Wizards.
the league. Or that. Like, it doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah. Underrated, interesting team to watch because I don't know how the hell that's just going to work.
Definitely. I'm more interested in their bench minutes than I am their starting lineup.
Which is saying something.
There'll be a little bit of intrigue to see what Beal does, but like Beal's going to be Beal. Like he's going to be a good third option. I'm not concerned about that. I'm very much interested to see what the heck goes on with their other 9 guys who are fighting for minutes, though, because they really could go so many different ways.
I'll give Beal this credit. I was actually going to do a video on this, but I just decided not to. There was a stretch, not this past season, but the 21-22 season, where I think Dinwiddie was out for a pretty significant amount of time. And Beal was running the point guard, and he looked pretty decent. Like, it was some of the best basketball we've seen him play since, like, the 2020 season. Like, since, well, Yeah, it was some good basketball. I'll say that. Even though his scoring numbers weren't high, like he was playmaking better than he ever had before. So I'll give him that credit there. But a full season of him at the point guard is going to be very interesting, to say the least.
Got carried by Russ in the middle there a little bit. It's okay.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. This is also the most talent he's ever played with, so maybe that unlocks something in his game. For their sake, I hope so, because they will need him to be really good. Lakers should be the favorites to win the title. Offensively, nobody will be able to stop them. I'm more in love with the Lakers defense, to be honest. That's where I fall in love with that team on paper.
Vando season.
Vando, Anthony Davis. Even like Reeves is a cool defender. Gabe Vincent got defensive grit, even though he's not like real lockdown guy. He puts in a lot of effort. He played in Miami. You kind of have to.
Yeah, for sure. Torian Prince is solid on that end too.
Torian Prince, very underrated pickup. Like
such a good.
That was one of the first moves of free agency. I really love that pickup.
That's the master of rebounding. Like, what more could you want?
Real. You know what college he went to, right, Gabe? You have to.
He's a Bear.
Yeah. Okay, making sure. That's the second time we brought up that clip in like the last 3 weeks.
We bring up the same clips a lot.
We do. We're very repetitive.
Jan Vesely's name is stated on here about 3 times a month.
When was the last time his name got said, though? I feel like it's been a while.
Has been a little bit.
Yeah. I just think about him every now and then, like if I do a hoop grid and Wizards and top 10 pick comes up, I'm like, oh, Jan Vesely.
Vesely.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wizards top 10 picks you can say over the years, to be fair. There's some rough ones.
Real talk.
But yeah, Lakers lineup offensively with Wood is valid for not being able to be stopped, because I don't know how much they run that, but yeah, if you got Wood out there with Reeves, LeBron, and AD, that's a pretty tough offense to stop. I don't know how much they run that, but
yeah,
it's definitely an interesting lineup on the offensive end, at least. Defense is a little bit more suspect, but
yeah. Christian Wood does not move the needle for me, but maybe in spot lineups with Anthony Davis, that could be a nice tandem. I hope they don't start together, though, because I saw that question come up at media day, and I hope that's not what Darvin Ham decides to do.
Yeah, really crazy that our most recent Lakers video wasn't a very positive one, despite the fact that we all feel pretty positively about the Lakers.
There was just 3 moves that I was not in love with from the Lakers. Really 2, and it was both of their big pickups in the offseason. The Cam Reddish one, if Cam doesn't amount to anything, who cares? If he's good, you're not paying him a lot of money. That's great. He can come in, be a productive offensive player off the bench. But Jackson Hayes, I said what I said about him. Christian Wood, I said what I said about him.
Yeah.
I feel like they could have done better, but you got Anthony Davis.
Would have been happier if they brought Dwight back.
Dwight, Bismack Biyombo.
Well, he's still available. Bring him in.
JaVale McGee was out there.
Yep. Yeah.
There were some guys.
Kings did great on that one, getting rid of Holmes to have Dallas then waive McGee and then sign him.
Yeah. Because they was running Alex Len a lot last year.
Yeah. Yeah, he was going to be their backup.
He wasn't bad, but even though JaVale's year last year was kind of weird, I think that was more so Dallas kind of being in turmoil as well.
Alex Len is low-key a Raptor. I got to be honest.
Is he?
That man is a son.
Is he?
I think he's a Raptor, bro.
I was thinking like Atlanta Hawk or.
Bro.
Nah, that guy's got to be a Sun.
Anybody who just played in Toronto. Actually, he didn't play in Toronto. He played in Tampa Bay.
Tampa.
But anybody who played in Tampa Bay, Raptor legend.
Oh my god.
Big 7 games. Raptor legend.
Baines, Raptor legend.
It's a tank
Bro,
commander.
what was his name? Jalen Harris, dude who looked like Nav. He might have got suspended for PEDs, but
Bro.
Raptor legend.
Aaron Baines is literally the Joel Embiid stopper, bro.
Jalen Harris is a Scarborough Stars legend now. Canadian ripping up the Canadian Elite Basketball League.
Hey man, gotta get to it by any means. I saw somebody say on Twitter, they're like, Darvin Ham's already fantasizing about 4-guard lineups with LeBron at the 5.
It's nasty and I love it.
Laker fans really don't like Darvin Ham at all. I don't think they've been happy with a coach since Phil Jackson retired, bro. Like real talk.
I think there's probably like 12 teams max in the league that the fan base is happy with the coach.
Yeah, even like Celtics fans,
true.
there's such a like parallel. Like
Joe was up and down.
Yeah, you either love him or you just can't stand the guy. I'm in the middle. I want to give him another chance this year.
Give the Raptors a month into the season, and the fan base will probably be against Darko. So that's how it goes.
Darko Rajakovic.
I think Raptors fans might be like, outside of you two. You two are my guys, but man, Raptors fans are just
bro,
there's something. And my guy
there's
Kong,
something.
My guy Kong, he wasn't in chat today, but he's a W Raptors fan as well. But man, Raptors Twitter is an interesting place.
It is quite the place, man. It is quite the place. I'm still seeing people say we're going to win 45 games this year. It's like
I will get a Raptors tattoo if that happens.
I just don't get it, man. Like I will fly to Toronto and pay whatever I need to pay to watch that playoff game if we do, but it's not happening.
Right.
Like it's just not.
No
There was only one option left.
Unless Point Scotty is just so elite.
It took 4 hours.
Happy Rap made his debut.
Happy Rap indeed did. Thankfully for his sake, he might not have to make much of an appearance next week because stay out west next week.
OG's getting traded tomorrow.
What does he know?
Does he know? He knows.
If that happens, we're just like gonna make that a whole clip, like you saying that.
OG's gonna get traded tomorrow. You heard it here first.
Man, I hope, man. I hope. Although that'd be hilarious the day after media day, but
I got beef with Shams though. That was bullshit.
if I saw that
tweet
tweet before the Woj tweet, I would have lost my mind. Thank God I saw the Woj tweet at the Dame trade before the Shams tweet, but if I saw the Shams tweet first, I would have lost my mind.
Shams tweeting that Dame was a Raptor for that shit to be cap. There's a special place in hell.
Not to mention he also had it as a 4-team trade and not a 3-team trade, so I don't know what he was cooking, but
he's been tweaking lately. Can't lie.
Yeah,
bro, he's been too worried about being the Rizzler, bro. He don't got the takes no more.
Yeah, he need to leave K Adams alone, but
hey, no, he don't.
Can't be mad at him.
For real.
That's my favorite saying. Saying.
Hey. But nah, like he's the reason why I was like initially so happy about the Jrue trade because I just saw the Celtics acquired Jrue Holiday. I'm thinking, oh, it's probably just Brogdon. Then I see Woj with all the details. I'm like, damn, there was more to it.
For Rob, damn.
Yeah,
that's always how it be though. That's how I've been describing it for a while now. It's like Shams might be the one that more likely to break it first, but if you want the accuracy or the details, Woj is still the guy.
Them motherfuckers got more out of Jrue than they did out of Dame.
Damn near for real.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, losing Rob definitely like sucked, but then it's like you see the two sides of Celtics fans too. You see the ones that are just like oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of Rob. Why would we do that? He's untouchable. And then there's the Celtics fans that's, oh, he can never stay healthy anyways. We played Horford more anyways. He wasn't going to play that much this year anyways. Like, I hate my fan base.
When a fan base is that big, there's just bound to be more of those fans that are not so bright. Random small market teams don't really have a lot of casual fans. Now, they might have some blind loyalty, like our boy Jelson. But at least he might have some biased takes, but he does know his stuff when it comes to Wolves basketball. But like some of the bigger franchises, like the Raptors are a big fan base, Celtics, Lakers, like it can get rough.
Yeah. Need to meet more like Charlotte Hornets fans or something. I don't know.
I know one. You know him too. It's literally Steve.
Steve, shout out Steve, man.
Saw Steve 2 days ago, bro. My guy. He's in Columbus right now.
My dude.
I think I only know one as well, but that's just because he used to have a YouTube channel and then he stopped uploading because he was going to be a dentist. And it's like, fair play.
Hey, gotta get to the bag.
For real.
One way or another.
For real.
Like, when do I get to meet a Nets fan? A genuine Nets fan?
I've never met a genuine Nets fan.
Or like a
Sporting Logic is a Nets fan. That's probably the only one I know.
A Pelicans fan.
Never met one. I know some Mavs fans do Twitter. They're pretty cool people.
Yeah, Mavs fans are usually pretty chill.
I don't think I know any Spurs fans.
Do the Nuggets have fans?
I've never met one.
The biggest Magic fan I know is on this panel right now.
I follow some Magic Twitter accounts. They're all like very similar in the way that they just talk about the Magic.
Yeah, I agree.
Surprisingly, Bulls fans ain't that bad. All the Bulls fans I know,
yeah,
pretty chill.
Surprisingly.
The biggest Bulls fan I know might be football CF Candy, bro.
Yeah, gotta be.
Gotta be.
Even Garrett and Mo are pretty low on their Bulls this season.
Facts. I still don't think Utah Jazz fans exist. I'm not convinced. I gotta find out.
Never met one.
There's probably been some like Mormon like reservation with no internet in Utah.
No social media. Have I met Kings fans? Through my YouTube, I have, and they didn't really like me.
I know Kings fans are real because our guy G has a cousin that's a Kings fan because they're from Sacramento.
Yep. Actually, I'm subbed to this podcast, and a couple of the guys are Kings fans, so they exist. They're there.
The Beam.
Blazers fans. Nah, I don't know any.
Not real. I might be becoming an enjoyer, however.
Suns Twitter's kind of annoying too. Can't lie.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few too many Suns accounts that pop up on my feed that I just don't need.
I
feel like Wizards fans have to be chill.
You would
They
think
gotta
so,
be chill.
but I don't.
I think they're just dealing
regularly
with a
see
lot
any.
of trauma, bro. That
Yeah,
contract was horrible.
They're probably chill people.
They actually are probably least likely to really exist just based on attendance numbers.
True. Never met a Pacers fan. I don't think so. Lied. I follow a Pacers account on Instagram. Well, the Halftime Hoops account follows it. Pretty chill, I would say. My interactions.
Yeah, no real people live in Indiana besides Garrett.
And doesn't he even live like far away from Indianapolis?
Yeah, I live closer to Indy than he does.
Yeah. He lives in fake Indiana. Yeah, those are all the fan bases I can think of. Pistons fans were cool that I've met or interacted with. Never met a Bucks fan.
Yeah, I've only met one, and that was sweet too. He doesn't post anymore.
My friend is a Bucks fan, but I don't even count him as a Bucks fan. He used to be a Heat fan, but he's been a Bucks fan since like before they were like championship team. So I guess he counts, but he definitely switched his fandom over the years. But he was a Giannis believer before Giannis was an MVP, so I'll take it.
Valid. Well, in the interest of tomorrow morning, I think it might be time to call it a stream.
That's fair. I gotta get a haircut at like 11 a.m.
Very valid. But to everyone that has tuned in tonight, we do appreciate you tuning in. And if you are still in here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, be sure to do so, and be sure to hit that subscribe button down below. Just like this week, next week we'll be back with our Western Conference standings predictions, as well as any other trades or signings that do occur over the next week. So be sure to stay tuned for that. But until then, we hope you guys have a good rest of your week, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.